and welcome to this course on the entrepreneurs of Silicon Valley. Over the next 10 lectures, we're going to find out what makes Silicon Valley the most risk-friendly place on the planet. We'll trace the history of the valley from the late 1800s right up to the present day. And we'll see that during that entire period, the local culture encouraged entrepreneurs to be creative, to be different. It's a place where even failure has long been considered a necessary ingredient of innovation. The course was researched and written by John McLaughlin, president of the Silicon Valley Historical Association. Over the past 3 decades, John and his colleagues at the Historical Association have conducted interviews with the founders of Hewlett-Packard, Apple, Intel, Adobe, Intuit, and many other companies, asking them about their struggles, their successes, and their failures. Collectively, these interviews are a unique source of information about a place that's like no other. And thanks to John, thanks to his careful selection from the audio archives of the Silicon Valley Historical Association, you won't just get the history of entrepreneurship in the Valley, you'll also hear directly from the likes of Nolan Bushnell, Scott Cook, and Steve Jobs throughout this course. These innovators and thought leaders tell the history of Silicon Valley better than anyone. Thanks again for listening. I'm Peter Cooper, and I hope you enjoy this Audible original. Lecture 1, Leland Stanford and the Founding of Stanford University. Silicon Valley is a region in Northern California, just south of San Francisco, that began as the Santa Clara Valley, but has grown in all directions. Key cities in the area include San Jose, Palo Alto, and Redwood City. And though there are no set boundaries for Silicon Valley, if you look at a map, you can see that these cities are huddled fairly close together. So yes, it's a relatively small area. And yet the companies based there have produced countless innovations, everything from microwave radar to video games, from integrated circuits to the iPhone, from gene splicing to social media. In fact, it doesn't go too far to say that this little stretch of Northern California has changed the world. The creativity, the entrepreneurship, and the ingenuity of the men and women who work in Silicon Valley have revolutionized the way the world does business. They've increased the efficiency and convenience of everyday life. They've changed the way we interact with one another. So how did that happen? How did this small region become the hub, the hotbed of so much world-changing innovation? Well, that's what we're going to explore in this course. And we're going to start today with the story of a single man, Leland Stanford, a man whose actions planted the seed for generations of entrepreneurs and whose great legacy, Stanford University, would become the initial engine that drove the entrepreneurial spirit of Silicon Valley. Leland Stanford was born near Albany, New York in 1824. He grew up as one of 8 children. His family owned a tavern where they worked 7 days a week. There was always something to do. The roadhouse was on the route that led to the Erie Canal, and if you were going to use the canal, you would go by the tavern, maybe stop in for dinner, a beer, or coffee, and the Stanfords probably had rooms for rent. A very fortuitous thing happened to the Stanford family in 1836, when a railroad line was built from New York City to the terminus stop right across the street from their tavern. Now, as you probably know, in the world of restaurants and hotels, success is all about location, location, location. And so money started to roll in. They built a bigger tavern. Things were going well. Now, Stanford was a smart man, but was never known to be very industrious. So I think his father believed that Leland could maybe become an attorney, something where he could use his mind more than his brawn. Young Leland Stanford went off to college for about 3 months, wrote his father a letter telling him that he didn't belong there, and then came home. His father found him a job with a law firm where Stanford was a clerk for a while. Then at age 21, for reasons lost to history, Stanford left the Albany area and went to Wisconsin, to a small town named Port Washington that buffered up against Lake Michigan. In the state of Wisconsin at that time, if you clerked for a law firm and passed the bar exam, then you could become an attorney. And that's exactly what Stanford did. Leland wanted to be his own boss. That was pretty evident. He set up a law practice above a grocer and lived above a tavern. He was sometimes known to close the tavern with his drinking. As a practicing attorney, Stanford would work on things like contracts, notarizing letters, general legal work that an attorney who was starting out would do. At one point, he came back to the Albany area and asked Jane Lathrop to marry him. Returning to Wisconsin with Leland, Jane helped him set up a new law office above a retail store. It didn't do particularly well. There's not a lot of evidence that he was a successful lawyer, but he did run for district attorney for Washington County in Wisconsin, and lost. But despite his early failures, he was clearly becoming a political animal. He got caught up in the Whig Party, a progressive party that promoted the abolition of slavery, among other things. The Stanford boys, the older four brothers, took off for California in 1849. They wanted to join the gold rush, but not as miners. The brothers set up a retail operation in Sacramento to sell picks, shovels, supplies, and other equipment to the miners. That was a more assured way of riches than going out and digging a hole. Back in Wisconsin, however, fate intervened once more. The retail store burned down, and with it, Stanford's office and his law library. He and Jane returned to the Albany area, where Leland left her to take care of her ailing father. He then boarded a steamer ship, crossed the Isthmus of Panama, and caught another ship up the west coast to San Francisco. Then he traveled on to meet his four brothers in Sacramento. Leland arrived in San Francisco in 1852, dead broke at 28 years of age. He hitched a ride to Sacramento and started building his career as a merchant with his brothers. Within a year, his brothers asked Stanford if he wanted to run his own store near a mining camp in Michigan City, California, just 50 miles north of Sacramento. Stanford took his merchant implements, picks and shovels, and other mining equipment, and he went up to this camp and set up a store. He started a local bar that also served as a dance and gambling hall, and a few other things that you'd find in gold mining towns. He did this for over a year, and because he had been an attorney, he asked the county board of supervisors if he could act as local judge. Stanford's saloon would serve as courthouse. By 1858, Jane had joined Leland in California, and his four brothers had left Sacramento for other opportunities. Their absence left Leland with sole control of the Stanford Brothers store. Now, one of the larger gold mines had gone bankrupt in 1859, and the Stanford Brothers Sacramento store proved to be its largest creditor. The court awarded Stanford the largest share of ownership in the now-closed mine. Stanford was soon approached by one of the defunct mine's engineers, who asked that they keep looking for gold in the mine. Stanford agreed and drew up a contract. When the mine found a rich vein of gold, Stanford became very wealthy. This was how he made his first fortune. Leland Stanford bought a mansion in San Francisco and was one of the most prosperous people in the state now. He knew three merchants that worked somewhat in competition with his own business in Sacramento. Their names were Mark Hopkins, Charles Crocker, and Collis Huntington. And together with Stanford, these four men were known as the Associates. And the Associates had a big plan. If they could build a ribbon of steel, a railroad, they could transform the business landscape in California. With a railroad from the East Coast to the West Coast, they'd make a fortune because there was such an abundance of everything in California: fruits, vegetables, and so many other natural resources. The idea that you could bring in the manufactured goods from the East Coast and ship back the raw materials from the West just made a lot of sense. And a railroad would make it all happen. There was an engineer named Theodore Judah who had been proposing a coast-to-coast railroad for years. So the four associates teamed up with Judah. Meanwhile, on the national scene, the Democratic Party had split apart ahead of the 1860 elections. A railroad attorney and lobbyist named Abraham Lincoln was running for president under the young Republican Party. Sensing an opportunity, the Associates decided that they would take Judge Leland Stanford and put him on the ticket as the Republican candidate for governor of California. In the presidential election, the Democratic Party had their vote virtually split between rival candidates Stephen Douglas and John C. Breckinridge. Therefore, Abraham Lincoln, without a majority vote, was able to capture the majority of the electoral votes and become president of the United States. The same thing happened for Leland Stanford. He became the governor of California. So now Stanford has an ally in Washington, D.C., and Lincoln has an ally in California. When the Associates petitioned the Lincoln administration for funding to build the Central Pacific Railroad from California to meet up with the Union Pacific Railroad that was building from the East Coast, Lincoln was all ears. He was a proponent of building a national railroad system, and even with the Civil War going, the Associates convinced Lincoln to support this financially. Stanford and Associates put together a proposal that they would get paid $16,000 for every mile of railroad built. That was a very profitable thing for the Associates, but publicly, they made it look like they were risking everything, being great entrepreneurs, even though government greenbacks and bonds financed the railroad. They did have their troubles, though. Most of the workers on the railroads were miners, and when there was a gold or silver strike, the railroad workers would flee. They just quit. Why work for $1 a day when you might be able to make $1 million? The railroad fell way behind schedule. The Lincoln administration wasn't too happy about that. The newspapers thought that the coast-to-coast railroad was one of the biggest business follies that had ever been undertaken. But the Associates were determined to make it work. Crocker contracted with agents in China, where he hired 7,000 Chinese to come to California to work for about $1 a day. Again, the newspapers thought bringing in foreign workers was crazy, and local politicians thought that it was a terrible idea to bring Chinese into California, saying that these Chinese were too small and they didn't work as hard as the white Americans. Charles Crocker would simply remark, "Well, they built the Great Wall, didn't they?" So the Chinese got to work, and when there was a gold strike, most of them stayed working at the railroad. The Chinese worked hard and diligently. In fact, many died in the effort, but they built the railroad very quickly, sometimes up to 1 mile a day. In the meantime, Stanford and Associates renegotiated their agreement with Lincoln to get up to $48,000 per mile when they started going up into the mountains. The Central Pacific met up with the Union Pacific Line at Promontory Summit, Utah in 1869, and Leland Stanford was there as president of his railroad to drive in the Golden Spike, which is now at the Stanford Museum. The Transcontinental Railroad was now up and running, and Stanford and his associates became enormously rich men. Stanford was probably the richest man on the Pacific Coast. He was the largest landowner in California. He wasn't a hard worker, but he had big dreams. He founded what was at the time the largest vineyard and winery in the world at a place called Vina, near Redding, California. To do this, he imported, stone by stone, house by house, an entire village of French vineyard workers. The only problem was that the weather was too hot in Vina, and the soil was not conducive to producing good wine. So Stanford's workers decided to make brandy out of the bad wine, and the Vina vineyard became one of the largest brandy producers in the United States. Stanford also built a farm in the area that is now Palo Alto, south of San Francisco. He bought this beautiful area, 8,100 acres, where he raised trotter horses to use in horse racing around the country. He had a nice big mansion in San Francisco and another on his farm in Santa Clara Valley. After 18 years of a childless marriage, Jane and Leland Stanford finally had a son, Leland Jr., in 1868. A very bright and precocious lad, Leland Jr. became the primary focus of the Stanfords. But at age 15, while on a tour of Europe with his parents, young Leland contracted typhoid fever. The family eventually ended up in Florence, Italy, but during the night, with his father in the hotel room, Leland Jr. passed. When Leland Sr. came out of his son's room in the morning, he announced to Jane, "Our son wants us to build a great university for all of the children of California." That morning in Italy, the seeds of Stanford University had been planted. Jane agreed with the idea of building a university in California, and from that point on, she and Leland went all over America, learning how to build their university, which they would call Leland Stanford Jr. University. So essentially, the richest man on the Pacific Coast was taking virtually all of his money and putting it towards a great university, which the West Coast really didn't have at that time. Leland and Jane went in their private railroad car to universities like Cornell, Yale, and Harvard, where they interviewed professors and administrators who they would need for the university. One of the main things that Leland insisted on, he was a great believer in practical knowledge. With the professors they hired, they wanted to make sure that what a student would learn in the classroom could be put to practical use after graduation. Now, this was at a time when science and engineering were not well accepted in higher education. Most universities were still focused on the liberal arts and had a curriculum that was still very much centered on teaching ancient Greek and Latin. So the emphasis on practical, applied knowledge was an unusual twist that the Stanfords wanted to put into their university. Of course, the West Coast was a growing place in the late 19th century. Practical knowledge was of great value. California didn't have the infrastructure that the East Coast or Europe had, and that might have appealed to the type of build-from-the-ground-up educators Stanford had in mind. But Stanford had a lot of other inducements to offer. He'd offer professors nice housing to live in and guaranteed contracts to teach. In 1891, the doors of Stanford University opened with 559 students, roughly twice as many as expected. Tuition was free, and the opening of a major university was a major event. One of the school's very first students was Herbert Hoover, who would become the 31st President of the United States. Hoover would also go on to make a fortune using practical knowledge in the mining business. The campus was situated on Leland's sprawling Palo Alto farm. If you've ever been to Stanford University, you know how beautiful the grounds are, with thousands of acres filled with groves of eucalyptus trees and pastoral farmland. Still today, the university is referred to as the farm. Stanford University has become one of the greatest universities in the world, and it was, and remains, one of the engines driving innovation and technology in Silicon Valley. In 1893, shortly after the university had opened, Leland Stanford died of a heart attack. Within a year of his death, Jane's expected income from their joint railroad stock was challenged in court. To keep the university going, she attempted to sell many of her personal belongings. A 7-year-long depression also hit in 1893, but throughout the struggles, the university persevered. The president of Stanford University at the time was David Starr Jordan. He appeared to be perfectly fit to move the Stanford's mission forward. The mission to teach practical knowledge in the classroom and then apply that practical knowledge outside. One of the things about science, and this is very important to Silicon Valley, is that it depends on the scientific method. Basically, the idea behind that is, well, you'll try different methods of getting something invented, and you're probably going to fail 20 times before you get it right. But that's the scientific method, because once you get it right, you record how it was done, and then you can repeat it over and over again, and now it will work every single time. That was part of the bedrock of learning at Stanford University in the very early days, and it's been at the very heart of innovation in Silicon Valley ever since. In 1905, 76-year-old Jane Lathrop Stanford lived in her Nob Hill mansion in San Francisco. Every evening before she went to bed, she would drink a glass of bicarbonate of soda to settle her stomach. One night, she started drinking a glass and spit out the contents. The remaining liquid in her glass was taken to a pharmacy for inspection, and the contents tested positive for rat poison. That was rather shocking. She had a retinue of 17 servants, and any one of them could have been involved. Nobody really knows how the poison got there. A couple of weeks later, Jane decided to visit Hawaii. This time she traveled with only one servant, her trusted servant who had been with her for 12 years, and a whole new crew of people. So they went to Honolulu, and while in a suite at the Moana Hotel, she received her bicarbonate of soda. She drank it down, fell to the floor, and died. The Hawaiian doctors quickly diagnosed that she had died of strychnine poisoning. There was no question about it. Upon hearing of Jane's death, David Starr Jordan immediately set sail for Hawaii with his own doctor. He gathered her body and her belongings and came back to Stanford University. Then he announced to the world that she had died of natural causes. Nobody knows exactly why he offered this account, and it adds suspicion that he might have had something to do with her poisoning. On the other hand, he could also have been shielding the university from a potential scandal. Although its founders had both died, Stanford University remained committed to their vision of practical education. And this commitment began bearing fruit very quickly. In 1908, a recent graduate of Stanford named Cyrus Elwell thought that there was great benefit in going to the Netherlands and purchasing the rights to the Poulsen electrical arc. This was a technology used in early wireless telegraphy. Elwell returned with a sample arc, which he used for experiments. And with the help of Stanford professors as venture capitalists and David Starr Jordan, he started an enterprise called the Federal Telegraph Company. In the meantime, a man named Lee DeForest, the self-described father of radio, was in San Francisco on business. While in San Francisco, DeForest was arrested for stock fraud. His scientific reputation preceded him, however, so Cyrus Elwell bailed him out and offered him a job at Federal Telegraph while his criminal case went through the court system. DeForest had been involved with a company in New York City that had developed a vacuum tube technology called the Audion to amplify radio waves. DeForest was with Federal Telegraph for several years, and building on his work on the Audion, he helped the company develop a technology that could send a radio transmission from New York City to the Eiffel Tower in Paris for the first time. That was the invention that put Federal Telegraph on the map. The company soon became a place where a lot of Stanford engineers, these practical scientists who had just gotten out of class, had a place to work. So if there was one high-tech company that now deserves to be called Silicon Valley's first, it would be Federal Telegraph. In 1928, Federal Telegraph was sold to International Telephone and Telegraph, ITT, and the operation was moved to New Jersey. But many of the engineers remained in the valley, many of them later working for Hewlett-Packard. So Leland Stanford's main legacy, an academic institution with a focus on practical education and applied outcomes, was beginning to leave its mark on the world. The seeds of technology were beginning to sprout around Stanford University. And from those seedlings, the high-tech hotbed that we know as Silicon Valley would emerge. Join me next time as we see how World War II presented new challenges to the Valley and spurred its innovators to even greater heights. Lecture 2, Silicon Valley's Early Role Models. Early Silicon Valley emerged with role models who provided others with the confidence to take risks, followed with many unplanned opportunities along the way. Their accomplishments helped lead the way for future entrepreneurs. One of these early role models was a man named Philo Farnsworth. He was born in 1906 in a small town in Utah, moved to Idaho, and lived there in a cabin without electricity. The family later moved into a house wired for electricity, and 12-year-old Farnsworth was very excited about this. He quickly grew to understand how electricity worked. He rebuilt broken electric motors, even hooking up his mother's hand-powered washing machine to a motor so that it would operate by itself. One day in high school, while taking a nap in a potato field, he had a dream. In this dream, Philo envisioned lining up various frequencies that resulted in making an image appear on a screen. This thing that he dreamed about was the precursor to an all-electric television. He told his high school science teacher about his dream, and the teacher further encouraged Philo. Finding the electric solution to build the first television became his life mission. After high school, Philo was accepted into the United States Naval Academy in Annapolis. But he dropped out after only 3 months when he discovered that anything that he patented while in the Navy would then be owned by the U.S. government. Philo enrolled in Brigham Young University and received the initial funding for his project. He later moved to the San Francisco Bay Area in the mid-1920s and began working on the early models of a television. The conclusion to Farnsworth's life work didn't play out very well. A Russian immigrant who had unsuccessfully tried to build a television visited Farnsworth and then traveled back to the East Coast to work for RCA. RCA soon filed a patent for an all-electric television that copied many of Farnsworth's ideas. This led to a lawsuit where Philo Farnsworth and his company sued RCA. As in many lawsuits, the judge had both sides settle out of court, and the agreement was that RCA would pay Farnsworth $1 million for the right to manufacture televisions. One individual who worked with Farnsworth was Russell Varian, whom we'll talk about more in a few minutes. While still studying at Stanford University, Varian accepted a job in Farnsworth's lab up in San Francisco. Within a few months, the financial backers of Farnsworth's operation pulled out. But Varian continued to work without getting paid, under the hope that new finances could be found. Unfortunately, in the middle of a worldwide depression, money was too hard to come by, and Farnsworth closed the lab. The understanding of early television is that you would project a beam, a certain frequency of a beam, onto a predisposed television screen so that you could watch a moving picture. Later on, when Russell Varian was developing the klystron tube for radar detection during World War II, some of that same technology came in handy. Another person who was absolutely crucial to the development of Silicon Valley was Fred Terman. Terman grew up in Palo Alto, went to Palo Alto High School, and received his undergraduate degree in chemistry and his master's degree in electrical engineering at Stanford, before heading to MIT to receive a Doctor of Science degree. His advisor at MIT was Vannevar Bush, who would head the U.S. Office of Scientific Research and Development during World War II. Bush asked Terman to come teach at MIT. After the offer, Terman returned to Palo Alto for the summer. He fell ill with tuberculosis and was bedridden for much of the next year, convalescing at his parents' home in Palo Alto. When he was finally well enough to get out of bed, Stanford University asked him to teach one class a week for an hour or two. The year was 1925, and Terman agreed to teach the class. During that first term, his class proved to be popular. By the next term, his health had improved enough so that he could get out of bed for 3 or 4 hours a day, and he was able to teach 2 classes by spring. By the end of spring term, Terman had regained his health. With a pleasant atmosphere, nice weather, a beautiful campus, and students who loved him, he wrote a letter to Vannevar Bush, thanking him for the offer at MIT, but explaining that he had decided to stay at Stanford and teach in their electrical engineering school instead. So, Fred Terman became a professor at Stanford, right where he grew up. While at Stanford, Terman wrote a book on electrical engineering. First published in 1932 under the title Radio Engineering, the book would turn out to be one of the most important books on electrical engineering in the 20th century. Its 4th edition came out in 1955 and had a new title, Electronic and Radio Engineering. Virtually everyone in the field used that text as their Bible for electrical engineering. Along the way, Terman encouraged students to engage with the real world, to see how things were done. He often took his students on trips to vacuum tube factories and various high-tech companies, including Federal Electric, which was located near Stanford University. He tried to encourage his students to invent or develop practical technologies, maybe to go into business for themselves, and ideally to stay near Stanford so that there would be a source of employment for future graduates. Fred Terman is renowned for talking Bill Hewlett and Dave Packard into starting their company. But it wasn't just Hewlett-Packard that he encouraged. He actively motivated all of his students to start companies and to stay in the Valley. After convincing Hewlett and Packard to start their company, Terman guaranteed a loan for them of $1,000, and he was instrumental in getting both of their wives jobs at Stanford University. A new business had to have some money coming in, and they had to pay the rent somehow. So in the early days of Hewlett-Packard, HP, the wives brought the money in, and Dave and Bill ventured out trying to get any electronics business that they could. Terman once remarked, "If the car's in the garage, business was bad. If the car was in the driveway, business must be good." In a 1967 interview with the Palo Alto Historical Association, Bill Hewlett talks of the early days.
Our primary interest was to get something to bring some money in the door. We tried all kinds of things. We tried building diathermy machines, shocking machines to make people lose weight, a device to tune harmonicas, air conditioning control. Along with all these other things we tried, we had this idea for a better type of audio oscillator. And we wrote a number of letters to people to see whether they wanted to buy it, and to our surprise, a number of them wrote back and said yes, they'd like to buy it. It simply produces a variable tone. And so if you were to test your hi-fi set, you would want to test it over all the range that our ear can hear. To do this, you need a source for that sound. Now, there had been many audio oscillators before, but they had been more complicated, more expensive. And I think our contribution was to come up with a much simpler technique that really did a superior job.
Hewlett and Packard flipped a coin to see whose name would come up first in the business. And Hewlett won, obviously. After being in business for a couple of years, an event happened that no one expected. The Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941, and America entered World War II. The entire country mobilized to fight the Japanese, Italians, and Germans. Hewlett and Packard did the same. Hewlett joined the U.S. Navy, and Dave Packard, the future Deputy Secretary of Defense, ran the business and received a draft deferment due to the fact that Hewlett-Packard could contribute to the war effort. Hewlett-Packard built counter-radar technology and advanced artillery shell fuses for the U.S. Navy. With the end of World War II, Hewlett and Packard didn't want to lay off their 106 employees, even though business dropped off substantially. This emphasis on employee well-being would become a hallmark of Hewlett-Packard. When one of their employees developed a serious illness, the company's founders instituted something that they called the HP Way, which emphasized comprehensive medical insurance, profit sharing, and a respect for the employee. When there was an economic downturn, instead of laying off their employees, everyone took a salary cut so that all could remain employed until business picked up. Once the company went public, Packard would attend business meetings where the topic of loyalty to shareholders would be discussed, which of course involved producing a profit so that the stock would pay a higher dividend. Packard would be asked at these meetings about that, and he would announce, "No, my first loyalty is to the employees that keep the company going." So for many years, the #1 company to work for in Silicon Valley was Hewlett-Packard. The next two people who were crucial as early Silicon Valley role models were Russell Varian, whom we've met briefly, and his brother Sig. Both of them grew up in Palo Alto. Sig had been a pilot since he was in high school, and eventually he became employed by Pan Am, where one of his typical routes was flying to South America. Now, Russell Varian was something of an inventor, and as we've seen, he'd worked for Philo Farnsworth in San Francisco. So Sig asked his brother if he could design an onboard radar device that could penetrate clouds to see other airplanes and solid objects. An onboard radar was valuable for a couple of reasons. One, in Latin America and South America, many of the maps were inaccurate. A pilot would dead reckon towards his destination and usually pull out a paper map to see where the mountains were. Quite often, the mountains were on the map, and if it was foggy, there was the risk that the plane would crash right into them. So there was a need for a device that could indicate where it would be safe to fly over or around an unseen mountain. The second reason that there was a need for this device was because of the indiscriminate bombing of Guernica, Spain, by the Nazis in 1937. At that time, Spain was in the midst of a civil war, and Hitler offered the Nazi Air Force as a help to Francisco Franco to attack his enemies. Now, apart from the fact that its citizens did not support Franco, Guernica had little military value. Even so, the Nazis essentially leveled the Spanish town to the ground. Sig Varian was afraid that if the United States entered the war, the Nazis could set up an airport in Guatemala or on a Caribbean island and indiscriminately bomb U.S. cities. And the U.S. wouldn't even see them. They wouldn't know that they were coming. They wouldn't know where to shoot, especially under cloudy or foggy conditions. So Sig asked Russell if he could think about building a device that would solve these problems. And when Russell finally had an idea that he thought would work, the two of them tried to build it in Halcyon, California, where the family had moved after leaving Palo Alto. But Halcyon had limitations, and the Varian brothers needed more advice and better equipment. So they hitchhiked up the coast to Palo Alto for a visit to Stanford University. Prior to setting out, Russell had written a letter to his old roommate from Stanford, Bill Hansen, to ask him if he could introduce Russell and Sig to people at Stanford who'd be willing to help them out with their proposed invention. When they finally arrived at the university, they met with Stanford's president and several professors. The deal that was made there was that the brothers would receive $100 worth of parts, a room to work in with tools and equipment, and advice from any professor they needed. In return, Stanford University would receive half of the revenues of what they produced and sold. Russell worked on this project with Sig and came up with 24 failures before they finally succeeded on the 25th try. Housed in a copper tomato can, the device was a tube that allowed the user to direct a signal at a specific distance. If it encountered something solid, the signal would bounce off it and then come back and indicate where the object was in front of you. The Varians named the device the Klystron. And it was radar that could detect mountains, aircraft, and submarines on the ocean's surface. The Klystron was small enough to fit into a plane. At the time, especially in Germany and in England, these radar components were so large that they would take up the space of 2 or 3 houses just to have one look at the sky. The advantage of having the Klystron was not only could you fly in an area where you couldn't see the mountains, but also the real advantage now would be to fly over the Atlantic Ocean. When the Nazi U-boats would come up at night for oxygen, they could be seen with the radar and then knocked out. Very quickly, the Varians took this invention to the Sperry Gyroscope Corporation, which then took it to England, an unofficial ally of the United States at the time. The U.S. had not yet entered the war, and the RAF very quickly knocked out 80% of the German U-boats in the Atlantic. They also put out an interesting misinformation campaign about how their pilots were eating lots of carrots and therefore their eyesight was much better. The Klystron was a top-secret invention, but it very quickly was put into production. The Varian brothers went back to New Jersey to work with the Sperry Gyroscope Corporation to build the Klystrons. They had another Stanford grad student named Ed Ginston, who had helped in the invention. This name will be important later, because all of this is going to connect together. So we have Sig and Russell Varian and Ed Ginston in New Jersey working for Sperry Gyroscope in the war effort. Meanwhile, Fred Terman was a professor at Stanford. And once America entered World War II, Vannevar Bush, Terman's MIT advisor, sent him a request. Come back and run the Harvard Radar Laboratory, top secret with 800 employees. We have to figure out ways to save lives and be more effective while fighting the Germans. So, Fred Terman also headed east, in this case, to Boston. So here we had Philo Farnsworth, who helped teach Russell Varian about electric waves, and Sig Varian, who proposed a problem to be solved by an onboard radar, the Klystron. Ed Ginston understood the technology. We have Bill Hewlett and Dave Packard. Bill Hewlett is in the Navy. Dave Packard is running Hewlett-Packard. Fred Terman is running the Radar Research Lab at Harvard. They all wanted to return to Stanford and the Valley when the war was over. And in the end, all of these men would become role models for Silicon Valley entrepreneurs. A little more about Fred Terman. He was learning how money from the Department of Defense was spread around to different universities in the country. He noticed that there were 4 universities that seemed to get all of the money, and each of these 4 universities had its president on a commission that made the decision where that money would be distributed. So obviously, the money went to MIT, Harvard, Columbia, and Caltech. Every year, they would be the recipients of hundreds of millions of dollars for defense research projects. Terman was keen to get Stanford on that list, and he ended up succeeding. Not only was Terman's experience and job between Boston and Washington, D.C. very good for Hewlett and Packard, it was also important for Stanford University because it wound up pouring millions of dollars of research money into the school. After he returned to Stanford, Terman became provost, and he tried to rebuild other departments in the school. One could easily say that Terman embraced the Department of Defense primarily through the Office of Naval Research. And because of this, Stanford University became a part of the military-industrial complex, This would help to kickstart the electronic industry in the Valley. As provost, Terman set about changing Stanford University's culture by encouraging students and professors to start companies. There was a general attitude that licensing discoveries at the university should be encouraged. Consulting and corporate participation were promoted. The relationship between Stanford University and the high-tech world of Silicon Valley had become officially fuzzy. In 1948, the Varian brothers, along with Ed Ginston and Bill Hansen, founded Varian Associates. They wanted their employees to consider each other equals, so they settled on using associates instead of company. Ed Ginston with Varian Associates played an important part in Silicon Valley's early history, but he came from atypical beginnings. Born in Ukraine, Ginston's parents traveled by horse and buggy, and sometimes by truck, to little villages throughout Ukraine and Siberia, where they made money by healing people. They weren't licensed medical doctors, but they considered themselves healers. When Russia was going through its revolution, the Ginstons settled in China. At this point, Ed Ginston hadn't learned to read and write, but he did speak several languages and was extremely intelligent. When Ginston was about 12, his mother and father decided to leave China. The family traveled to Vladivostok and caught a steamer for San Francisco in 1929. Ginston's father had actually obtained U.S. citizenship decades earlier when he had joined the Yukon Gold Rush. This allowed him easy entrance into the United States, along with his family. After settling in San Francisco, Ed Ginston was enrolled in first grade because he couldn't read or write. Within a week, however, he was placed in second grade because he had advanced quickly. Within 2 weeks, he was promoted to the third grade, and in the weeks that followed, he continued to advance until he reached the freshman grade level in high school. Eventually, Ginston graduated with very good grades and went on to Berkeley, where he received his Ph.D. He couldn't find a job, not with a technology company or even as a service station attendant. Nothing. So in frustration, he traveled to Stanford University and met with Fred Terman. They liked each other, so Ginston enrolled at Stanford and received another Ph.D. there. He also became close friends with Bill Hewlett. And of course, Ginston became involved in the Varian Klystron project while he was a student at Stanford. The head of Stanford's physics department approached Fred Terman, told him about the project, and requested that Terman send over a student from the electronics department to see what the Klystron could do. Ed Ginston was chosen by Fred Terman and introduced to the Varian brothers. The brothers knew that they had something valuable with their new device, but it would be Ginston and a few others who would find the right applications. As we've seen, Ginston joined Sig and Russell Varian when they headed to New Jersey to work at Sperry Gyroscope. Well, during that time, he was sent to England to share radar technology. What he found was that the British had made tremendous progress in microwave and radio technologies. When Ginston returned to Sperry Gyroscope, he convinced the team from Stanford that they should return to California after the war and try out some of the British ideas themselves. All agreed. Once the war ended, Sig and Russell Varian, Ed Ginston, and Bill Hansen met with the president of Sperry, Bill Bassett. They told Bassett that they liked his company very much, but they couldn't stand the East Coast weather. The group proposed that Sperry establish a branch in California, and they would work there. Bassett turned them down. 3 years later, in 1948, and with only $22,000, Varian Associates was formed in San Carlos, north of Palo Alto. All of the principals at Varian were distrustful of corporate investors and non-related ownership. They had seen too many good businesses closed for lack of a continuous profit. Within a year, Varian received its first big order, which would cost the company $45,000 to produce. A New York investment firm offered to fund the project for an ownership stake, and Russell Varian turned down the offer. They marshaled their own resources and were still $17,000 short. Bill Hansen, who had been ill and would soon die, arrived at the last minute with a check for $17,000. The business was saved. By the 1950s, much of Silicon Valley's entrepreneurial foundation had been laid. Terman was bringing in government research money. Hewlett-Packard and Varian Associates were established as companies. And thousands of soldiers returning from the war in the Pacific wanted to live in the Golden State. All the pieces were in place to help a war-torn world rebuild itself. Lecture 3, Silicon Valley in the Post-War Era. Just prior to World War II, the electronics business in the area that would become Silicon Valley was very small. Hewlett-Packard had a 4-person shop. The Varian brothers were still experimenting at Stanford. When the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941, the day that will live on in infamy, most young men around the country clamored to defend the United States. The Nazis had already been exposed for what they had done in countries like Spain, France, and Poland. They were aligned with Japan, who attacked the United States. The day after Pearl Harbor was bombed, America officially entered World War II. In the Valley, Bill Hewlett joined the Navy. Dave Packard had a deferment to stay and run the electronics business because that would help the Navy in the Pacific Rim. Fred Terman was asked by Vannevar Bush to run the secret radio research lab at Harvard University. The Varian brothers and Ed Ginston were already back east, working with the Sperry Corporation to implement their secret Klystron tube, which could detect Nazi U-boats when they surfaced in the water at night in the Atlantic. The Klystron was put on Canadian and British RAF squadrons, and it was very successful at finding U-boats and eventually German aircraft in the air. As the war effort ramped up, thousands of soldiers, Marines, and naval personnel transited through San Francisco on their way to confront the Japanese. Many of them stayed for 2 or 3 months before they departed by ship. A few months after the war in the Pacific began, local companies Bechtel and Kaiser Industries constructed 4 shipyards in the Bay Area, building a total of 840 ships to take the war to the Japanese. Kaiser even built a complete ship in 4 days, a world record. The shipyards employed over 228,000 workers. 1,648,000 service personnel sailed under the Golden Gate into the Pacific Theater. Combat in that theater dragged on for years, but then on August 6, 1945, an American B-29 bomber dropped the world's first atomic bomb over the city of Hiroshima in Japan. The explosion obliterated 90% of the city and killed over 80,000 people. Many more died later as a result of radiation exposure. On August 9, 1945, another B-29 dropped an A-bomb on Nagasaki, this time killing an estimated 40,000 people. In a radio address, Japan's Emperor Hirohito announced his country's unconditional surrender on August 15th, citing the devastating power of a new and most cruel bomb. With the Pacific War ended, soldiers slowly started coming through San Francisco on their way back home. They had originated from all over the country, but many of them came from the Midwest and the East Coast. San Francisco made a great impression on these young men. There was freedom, clean air. There seemed to be a lot of land, and things were cheaper there than they were on the East Coast. California, in general, seemed to be a place of opportunity. When these soldiers were finally furloughed, they had the GI Bill that FDR had pushed through as a reward for soldiers who had risked their lives to defend America. The GI Bill allowed them to go to college, and it also enabled them to buy a house cheaply, often for very little money down, and sometimes no down payment at all. Many former soldiers stayed in San Francisco, or went back home and got their wife or their girlfriend and returned to the Bay Area. Cities like Daly City, South San Francisco, San Mateo, and Redwood City were largely built up after World War II by returning GIs. Santa Clara County alone increased its population by 5 times in the post-war years. This growth went down all the way to at least North San Jose and into communities like Palo Alto, the very heart of Silicon Valley. In Palo Alto, roughly half the town was built with tract housing after 1950. This was a very pleasant place to live, and the weather was comfortable. There was also a live and let live atmosphere. Stanford and other universities lent an air of sophistication. For many people who had lived on the East Coast and then had come out west, they felt like they could start over. As we discussed in our last lecture, Bill Hewlett and David Packard were willing to do just about anything to bring money through the door. As Packard told us, World War II changed everything. To quote him, "We didn't know it at the time, but we were at the right place at the right time." Hewlett-Packard at the end of World War II was a company with about 200 employees. But with the loss of business due to the war winding down, the company had to trim down to 40 employees. To try and prevent having to lay off employees in the future, HP began to diversify. The addition of multiple product lines would hopefully buffer the pain when a large contract was not renewed. And the HP way became the company's management philosophy, based on trust of the individual and a determination to share the company's success with its workers. It included profit sharing and one of the most comprehensive employee benefits programs ever seen. The success of the HP way has influenced thousands of other organizations. HP had a great reputation for many decades because of this. If you said that you worked at Hewlett-Packard, people would say, "I wish that I could get a job there." In 1945, after the war, physicist William Shockley started working again with Bell Labs in New Jersey. While there, he and a group of other scientists developed the transistor. Shockley was interviewed in 1967 by the Palo Alto Historical Association. Here's what he said.
I think one of the things that is least effective in encouraging creativity is to give the impression that the student so often gets in school that all of the nice things, the important things, are found out nicely and neatly. It has been my experience that everything, all of the more difficult inventions I've made, and I counted recently, and I find I have some 85 issued patents, which makes me at least close to being in the major league on numbers. Most of these require many failures to accomplish. One must, it's my own experience that to do creative work, one must overextend oneself, one must count on falling on his face, on getting into difficulties. One must learn from these failures and not be stopped by them. But if one is taught that everything is neat and orderly, and one never gets into a mess when trying to do anything new, then he will be so conservative that I don't think he'll break new ground. I think the big contribution that can be made, maybe the biggest educational contribution that could be made to the creativity of people, is to persuade them that they shouldn't worry about making mistakes. This will be inevitable if they are going to really do anything new.
Shockley and two other scientists, John Bardeen and Walter Brattain, were eventually co-awarded the Nobel Prize for inventing the transistor. This device was a breakthrough because it could control the electricity and it had stability, jobs previously performed by vacuum tubes. Unfortunately, vacuum tubes had a propensity to break, and the transistor was a great improvement. Despite his success at Bell Labs, Shockley had grown up in Palo Alto, and he wanted to come back to build a company near his elderly mother. Fred Terman had written Shockley a letter to encourage him to set up shop in Palo Alto, or at least in the region around Stanford. To establish his company, Shockley scoured the country for the cream of the crop, the best graduate students in electronics that he could find to come work for him. Arnold O. Beckman financed Shockley, and in 1956, he set up Shockley Semiconductor Laboratory in Mountain View, California, just a short walk from Palo Alto. Shockley had a peculiar personality and a management style that worsened as his awards and recognition grew. After he left Bell Labs, his Nobel Prize co-recipients refused to talk to him or even mention his name. The employees at Shockley Semiconductor didn't like him either. He would give them lie detector tests and talk down to them like they were small children. When 8 of his top employees couldn't bear the tense undercurrent anymore, they had a meeting with Arnold O. Beckman to voice their desire to have a different leader for the company. Ultimately, Beckman decided not to confront Shockley, and the group of young physicists felt that they had already burned their bridges. They would have to look for new opportunities. 7 of these men all resigned at the same time. Bob Noyce, who was a natural leader, would join them soon afterwards. Because of this, Shockley forever called them the Traitorous 8. The 8 men banded together and were determined to remain in the Palo Alto area. They wanted to found a company that they could run on their own, but they didn't have any money or a plan for how they would go about doing this. One of them had an uncle who was a stockbroker in Manhattan. They contacted him and asked if he would try to find a company in a related field where the money would be put up to fund them while allowing them to run their own business. The uncle enlisted a young man named Arthur Rock. The traitorous eight literally took the Wall Street Journal, went through the stock market pages, and identified 38 companies that Arthur Rock should talk to. Rock approached every one of those companies, and all 38 turned him down. And quite by accident, though, he ran into Sherman Fairchild, who happened to be one of the largest shareholders at IBM at the time, and who also had his own company, Fairchild Aircraft, a company that he had started for the purpose of taking aerial photographs. Fairchild contributed $1.5 million to the company that emerged as Fairchild Semiconductor. With that funding, Fairchild Semiconductor became one of the biggest semiconductor companies in the country. But there were actions that Fairchild took that disturbed the company's employees. Management would request that the employees invent a new application at a pace of one a week. Every Friday, they'd need to complete that new application, and there was a tremendous amount of pressure to get it done. Many employees felt that some of the products that were coming out at this accelerated pace were not well made and not sufficiently thought through. As a result, there was quite a lot of tension in the workplace. Even so, many enduring companies evolved from Fairchild, including National Semiconductor, AMD, and Intel Corporation. By 1986, there were 126 semiconductor companies that directly spun out of Fairchild Semiconductor. These were nicknamed Fairchildren. Fairchild was founded in 1957, and that same year, on October 4th, the Russians launched the Sputnik satellite. This satellite could be seen with the naked eye as it circled the world about 60 times. Americans were numb with the shock that their new enemy, the Soviet Union, had figured out how to build an atomic bomb. So there was growing fear that the Soviet Union could place a bomb on one of these satellites and potentially start destroying American cities. As a result, the defense industry started massive investment in new technologies. Out of these investments came something called the ARPANET, which was the predecessor to the Internet. The ARPANET was conceived in the early 1960s by J.C.R. Licklider, a psychologist known affectionately as the Johnny Appleseed of the ARPANET, or as the Johnny Appleseed of computing. ARPA stands for the Advanced Research Projects Agency, which is part of the Department of Defense. Licklider joined ARPA in 1962, and shortly thereafter he wrote a memo that set the vision for ARPANET, a communication system that initially would be useful in the case of nuclear war. Licklider, also known as Lick, would go around to different groups proposing technologies that they could add to his vision. He was not a technology guy per se, but he did have control of funding, and he would tell people about his vision, which is very close to what the Internet is today. Licklider wanted this new communication system to be free and unregulated, with multi-cloud connectivity, where people could get news, exchange ideas, and communicate. And this was all the way back in 1962. Lick would visit Xerox PARC and the Stanford Research Institute, or SRI, in Palo Alto, and he would go down to UCLA. He would also stay in contact with various partners that he thought could advance his vision. Licklider was pretty much a one-man show. In his book, Dream Machine, Mitchell Waldrop has this to say about the impact of J.C.R. Licklider. More than a decade will pass before personal computers emerge from the garages of Silicon Valley. And a full 30 years before the Internet explosion of the 1990s, the word computer still has an ominous tone, conjuring up the image of huge, intimidating devices hidden away in an overlit, air-conditioned basement. Yet, sitting in a nondescript office in McNamara's Pentagon, a quiet civilian is already planning the revolution that will change forever the way computers are perceived. Somehow, the occupant of that office has seen a future in which computers will empower individuals instead of forcing them into rigid conformity. He is almost alone in his conviction that computers can become not just super-fast calculating machines, but tools that will serve as new media of expression, inspirations to creativity, and gateways to a vast world of online information. This is pretty much how we view the internet today, and that's what J.C.R. Licklider envisioned way back in the early 60s. At SRI, Licklider worked with Doug Engelbart, a scientist who was involved in the early development of ARPANET. Doug is known for putting together the mother of all demos in 1968, in which he showed graphic interfaces, hypertext, the computer mouse, and the precursors to graphical user interfaces, decades ahead of their time. To talk about Doug Engelbart, we actually have to mention somebody we've heard about in Lecture 2, Vannevar Bush. Bush, as you might remember, headed up the Office of Scientific Research and Development out of Washington, D.C. As such, he orchestrated much of the scientific progress during World War II. He was the person who hired Fred Terman to run the Radar Development Office out of Harvard University. He also was the top scientist who organized the Manhattan Project to develop the nuclear bomb. During World War II, while Doug Engelbart was running the radar on a small Philippine island, he came across a magazine article written by Vannevar Bush. In this article, Bush discussed his hopes that the development of technology would be used for peaceful applications rather than to kill people. The article had a significant impact on Engelbart, and it influenced his future actions. After the war, instead of going to work for a large, high-tech company, which he could have, he decided to try and better the human race. A pretty lofty goal. Engelbart ended up at the Stanford Research Institute, and when the idea of the ARPANET came along, he saw a connection to Vannevar Bush's article. In the article, Bush had described something called a Memex. A Memex was defined as a machine that could store human memories for research. Theoretically, you could put a vast amount of information in a little machine that would enable you to share that information with people all over the world. It was kind of a prediction of what the internet has become to many people. Of course, the internet was inconceivable with the technology during those days, but Bush saw great potential in the idea of a machine that people could access and use for sharing information. Such a machine, he believed, would help the world address problems like pollution. It would help humans to discover and share the truth about any subject at all. As a side note, Vannevar Bush once approached General Motors and Ford and offered to give them plans to produce a more powerful, gas-efficient car. And they replied, "We're not interested." Bush thought that was fairly disgusting. At any rate, it was this article about the Memex that inspired Doug Engelbart, and when the ARPANET came along, he embraced it. So much so, as we'll see in a moment, that he was the second person on the internet. He was also the inventor of the computer mouse, and he spent a lot of time imagining how technology could shape the future. Engelbart spent his career at Stanford Research Institute. He never became wealthy, but he did invent a number of very useful things, and he was quite a leader in the scientific world. When the Silicon Valley Historical Association interviewed Doug Engelbart, he told us a story about applying for a job at Hewlett-Packard in the early 60s. Here's his story.
Bill Hewlett explained to me all once about the business activity at Dave Packard. When I was talking to him, I said, well, one thing I was worried about is I'm going to keep on inventing, and I haven't even got it all tied down yet. And so the package that's there isn't all that's here in my head. He said, well, I'll tell you, I'll make you a deal. For the first 6 months, everything you can write down will be yours, part of that deal, and after that, they're ours. See, very pragmatic. He won me over right then. But the funny part of that was, as I was leaving, I was talking to the research director and said, I'm assuming that Hewlett-Packard will go into digital techniques for their instrumentation and likely in digital processing on computers. Not a chance. So that whole thing fell through right then.
The internet was formulated, at least in the beginning, as a communication network that could work between military units all over the world in the event of a nuclear attack. But Doug Engelbart once reminisced about being the second guy on the internet. The first or second, you choose, he told the Silicon Valley Historical Association. You see, there's a tavern that still exists in Portola Valley, California, right outside of Los Altos and Palo Alto. It's a little place called Rosati's, formerly the Alpine Inn. The place is somewhat out in the country, and it has picnic tables and hamburgers, usually a pinball machine, and beer all over the floor. There's a plaque on the wall that commemorates that this was the spot where the very first internet connection was established, and it was by a group of scientists primarily from SRI, including Doug Engelbart. As Engelbart and others in Silicon Valley were sowing the seeds of a still distant digital revolution, Stanford University was in the vanguard of other scientific research as well, and sometimes this meant going all the way to the White House for help. Getting federal funding for the Stanford Linear Accelerator was a great example. America started flexing its muscle all over the world after World War II, getting in little skirmishes, being the dominant military superpower. Dwight Eisenhower was president of the United States from 1953 until 1961, and during that time, he was approached by Stanford University to build a linear accelerator that could smash atoms and potentially open a lot of knowledge about primary science, how atoms and molecular structures worked. Scientists at Stanford thought that was important. The linear accelerator is similar to what the European Union operates at CERN in Switzerland. Stanford had petitioned for money in the amount of $1,750,000 to fund the Stanford Linear Accelerator. It was going to be exactly 2 miles long, and that was because Stanford owned a piece of property that stretched exactly 2 miles. But they couldn't get Congress and President Eisenhower to sign off on the funding. Ed Ginston, one of the founders of Varian Associates, flew to Washington, D.C. to meet with President Eisenhower and tried to convince him that this was a worthwhile project. Eisenhower told Ginston that these kinds of projects had price overruns, and they were reluctant to do it because it might end up costing $500 million by the time they were through. So Ginston said earnestly, "You have my word, my guarantee, that we will not spend more than $1.75 million building this accelerator." Based on that, Eisenhower agreed to support funding. Construction started in 1962, and sure enough, the project was completed for $1.75 million. Now, there was more spent on it later, but that was because the government was so happy with the accelerator that they were willing to pay for additional modifications. But the long and short of it was, the Stanford Linear Accelerator only burnished Silicon Valley's growing reputation as a hub of cutting-edge scientific research. In the 1960 presidential election, John F. Kennedy defeated Richard Nixon by the slimmest margin in American history up to that time. But Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas after less than 3 years in office, and the traumatized country had to face a new round of challenges and changes. Vice President Lyndon B. Johnson became the new president. Based on egos, misplaced fears, and misinformation, the Vietnam War was ramped up, and by 1966-67, the politics of division in America would reach new levels. The Bay Area, once the gateway to war in the Pacific, would become a focal point for anti-war protest. Lecture 4, Silicon Valley and the Counterculture. Around 1967, the Vietnam War was starting to have a tremendous effect on the country. The economy was good, but young people were facing the military draft, and many of those drafted were sent to war in the jungles of Vietnam. This was, coincidentally or not, also the Summer of Love in San Francisco, and the year when the Beatles released Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, an album that has sometimes been called the soundtrack of the Summer of Love. Times were changing. One of the paramount questions of the day was directed towards the government. Why are young American men being sent over to die in Vietnam? The answer really was not evident. There were rumors that there were secret oil deposits off the Vietnamese coast, and that if South Vietnam fell to the communists, then all of Southeast Asia would fall. Over time, these theories have proven to be dubious or false, and for many people, the true reasons underlying the war in Vietnam remain a complex and painful mystery. Many things were happening simultaneously during the 60s in Silicon Valley. One major cultural influence was the Beatles. When the English lads appeared on the Ed Sullivan Show, Probably half the kids in the country thought, I want to grow up and be like that. Certainly, all the great rock and roll bands that came out of California were heavily influenced by the Beatles. In Silicon Valley, there was wealth and a cultural penchant for thinking outside the box, a determination to be different. For non-technical people, learning how to play music provided an outlet for that determination. The idea that you could play music and get on stage and maybe make a living at it, well, that seemed very attractive to many young people. Playing music provided a genuinely different experience. It was a way to be creative. With music, you didn't have to think about the war in Vietnam or your grades at school. During the 60s in Silicon Valley, many famous bands were created that we now consider the oldies but goodies. And to put it into perspective, if your parents worked at a company like Hewlett-Packard, you probably lived in a house that they owned. When you showed an interest in music, your parents could afford paying for music lessons and buying you musical instruments. And so, part of the West Coast cultural phenomenon is that there were hundreds of bands getting their start in garages around the valley. If you walked down the streets of Palo Alto on a Saturday afternoon, there would always be disjointed music emanating from several garages, music that was being performed by fledgling rock and roll bands trying to learn how to play a song. Those Silicon Valley musicians followed the entrepreneurial call to be different, just like the other successful role models in the Valley. The Valley's local brand of rock and roll was called the San Francisco Sound. When the 1969 Woodstock Festival was held in upstate New York, 500,000 young people attended. Out of the 32 bands that performed on stage, 9 of those bands were from the Silicon Valley area, including Joan Baez, Santana, the Grateful Dead, and Jefferson Airplane. Distrust of America's institutions was a common motif in the music of the 60s. But this distrust went far beyond young rock and rollers. The professors at Stanford University and many of Silicon Valley's engineers also questioned America's military stance. Even President Eisenhower, early in the 1950s, had warned against a potential military-industrial complex where industry and the military would feed off each other at the nation's expense. And they certainly did. The idea was that if you kept America in fear of the Cold War and communism, then this would keep the military-industrial complex active. Companies like Lockheed Missiles and Space, Silicon Valley's largest employer in the 60s, kept getting huge military contracts that fed the economy. This set up a tension in Silicon Valley culture. On the one hand, the military-industrial complex was buttering the bread of many households. But on the other hand, you had some strong currents of resistance. And nowhere was this tension more evident than in attitudes towards the Vietnam War. We're familiar with images of massive protest against a war that was sending young American men to a faraway place where they could be killed, wounded, or traumatized. But we have to remember that millions of ordinary men and women supported the war. With so many issues dividing the country during the turbulent 60s, Silicon Valley became culturally split down the middle. There was a saying in those days, don't trust anybody over 30. And there was some truth to that. Generally speaking, in the 1960s, people over 30 had lived through the prosperity of the 1950s, and they could recall the triumph of democracy over fascism in World War II. But people under 30 tended to question everything, especially traditional norms relating to sex and drugs, to say nothing of the country's involvement in Vietnam. They had great distrust of the government. In 1968, 2 of the original traitorous 8, Bob Noyce and Gordon Moore, together with Andy Grove, left Fairchild to found Intel. Old friend Arthur Rock raised $15 million of venture capital in 30 minutes. Intel would soon become the leader in memory, and within a few years, it would introduce the microprocessor, paving the way to the development of the personal computer. CEO Bob Noyce's motto was, "Don't be encumbered by history, Go off and do something wonderful. Perhaps surprisingly, as the 60s gave way to the 70s, what we find in Silicon Valley is that the younger generation's distrust of government and large commercial enterprise actually helped define a new generation of technology companies, companies that were actively searching for a different path. Many of the under 30 generation in the Valley were engineers and entrepreneurs, yet they identified with the counterculture movement that rejected many mainstream American values. One of those, 26-year-old Nolan Bushnell, decided to found Atari in 1972. Because Bushnell was out of the mainstream, he had to bootstrap his company with only $250 of his own money. Bushnell gives the Silicon Valley Historical Association an insight to what that was like.
It was the legacy of the 60s. It slipped over into the 70s. And so in a lot of the cases, there was sex, drugs, and rock and roll. And there was this mishmash of cutting-edge lifestyles, cutting-edge thinking, cutting-edge technology, all wrapped into one. I mean, San Francisco slipped off down into Silicon Valley, and we were the hard workers, but we couldn't help escape the culture of Fillmore.
Nolan Bushnell had come to Silicon Valley from the University of Utah. Because he had a place to sleep at his sister's house, he came to the Valley looking for a job. After finding work at Ampex, Nolan started Atari in 1972. Atari couldn't get financing in the beginning. Bushnell wasn't considered part of the establishment, and he talks about this during a 1994 interview.
I funded Atari with $250 and grew it, not because I thought that was a nifty way to start a company, but because venture capital was not available to me. I mean, it may sound ludicrous at this point in time, but people thought the idea of playing games on a television set was the stupidest idea they'd ever heard of.
Atari had a team of about 8 people in the beginning. They were dedicated to getting video games off the ground, and they used all kinds of little tricks to get those first machines out the door to show that there was a market for them. One of the engineers that Bushnell hired was named Al Acorn. Bushnell wanted to give him an easy job just to get used to the kind of machine that they were going to build. Bushnell had already built a video game called Computer Space, which was fairly complicated, but still fun to play, and usually only played by engineers. You could program the game to have gravity, anti-gravity, and also how many spaceships you fought or how fast you could go. Computer Space was the very first commercial video game where you'd put a quarter in and play. But it didn't do very well commercially. Bushnell asked Acorn to do something like a tennis game. And over one weekend, Acorn built Pong. For those of you who don't know, Pong is like a game of table tennis, originally played on a large, coin-operated arcade machine with a big screen that showed a digital ball moving back and forth between 2 digital paddles controlled by the players. After constructing the first Pong machine, Bushnell decided they should test it out commercially. To get the machines built, they used every resource available. In 1972, the only place the Atari founders could get a credit card was Sears, Roebuck and Company. This is the way it worked. They would apply for a Sears Roebuck credit card, and the Sears credit card department would call Atari to verify employment. The voice on the Atari phone line would usually reply, "Oh yeah, that guy works here. He makes $10,000 a month." Sears would give them a credit card because that was as far as they checked for a reference. Pretty soon, everybody at Atari had a Sears credit card. When the first machines were built, all the screws, nuts, and bolts were bought with credit from Sears. In August 1972, the first coin-operated Pong game was installed at Andy Capp's Tavern in Sunnyvale. Atari talked to the owner saying, "We'll split the money with you. When the time comes to empty out the cash box, you get half the quarters, we get the other half." Well, 3 or 4 days went by, and Atari received a call from the owner of Andy Capp's Tavern. "My customers are angry that your damn machine won't work. Get down here and pick it up." When they arrived at Andy Capp's, the machine sat idle. It wouldn't take a quarter because the coin box was completely filled up. That's why it wouldn't work. So they split the quarters with the owner. Then, on the way back to the office, the Atari team stopped at a television repair store to buy another used TV with their share of the quarters. They were going to build a second Pong machine. This scenario was repeated over and over again. Install a Pong machine, collect the quarters, and build another one. Pretty soon, most of the bars and taverns from San Francisco to San Jose had Pong machines. Customers would go in with a roll of quarters, order a beer, and play Pong all night. That was the beginning, but Atari still didn't make enough money to grow or pay the bills. Maybe they were too optimistic, but Atari was financially way overextended. They took credit from any supplier and often ended up being sued for not paying their debt. Bushnell reflects on those early days.
I have told people, they'll say, Nolan, I've got some real problems here. I think I'm going to have to declare Chapter 11. And I say, oh, how many sheriffs do you have in your lobby? He said, what do you mean? I said, well, after you don't pay your bills, people will sue you. After they sue you and they get a judgment, they can have a sheriff come in and attach assets. And he'll come in with a piece of paper and he'll sit in your lobby. And any money that comes in the door, he gets it. And he says, well, no, I don't have any of those. And I says, well, Atari in the summer of 1974 had 4 in their lobby. I said, so you haven't even started to have problems yet. And it's so easy for people to remember the success, but we lived through those times where cash flow was tough, where it was fight, where it became normal for everyone to rush out at lunch with their paycheck on Friday to be the first ones to the bank, because if you didn't cash your paycheck first, you might have one bounce. Things like that we got through them somehow. And so it's the people who struggle through, don't give up, and survive that make it happen.
The team at Atari did everything they possibly could to keep the company going. At one point, they moved all their engineers 75 miles away to Grass Valley so that they wouldn't be bothered with all the pressure of the business operations. Atari was essentially a counterculture company that was born out of the 1960s. Steve Jobs worked at Atari, and like Nolan Bushnell, Jobs found it was very hard to raise money for Apple Computer. Jobs and Steve Wozniak had been attending meetings at the Homebrew Computer Club at Stanford, where they were often the stars of the event. They believed that they had the technology to start their own computer company. Jobs assumed the role of finding startup capital, as he describes his frustration.
We went and talked to the venture capitalists, and none of them would give us any money. One of them referred to me as a renegade from the human race, because I had longer hair then. And none of them would give us any money. Thank God, because then they would have ended up owning most of our company. So I think that Apple and a few other companies were good examples to the venture capitalists that great ideas are not the exclusive providence of people with gray hair. If you want to know what's going to happen in 5 years, you don't look in the mainstream, you look at the fringe. And the fringe back in 1975 was the Homebrew Computer Club. And it was a bunch of people that were in this area that were building their own computers because they couldn't afford to buy them.
Steve Jobs graduated from Homestead High School in Cupertino, California. His dad was a carpenter, and his mother worked for Varian, the company that built the Klystrons. By the time he finished high school in 1972, the U.S. had already begun withdrawing from the Vietnam War, but its final resolution was still nearly 3 years off, and Jobs was very much a part of the anti-Vietnam counterculture. He sported long hair and dressed like a hippie. After high school, Jobs briefly attended Reed College in Portland, Oregon. He would hitchhike on weekends to get a free meal at the Hare Krishna Center, but after only one term, he dropped out of college. After knocking around on the West Coast for a couple of years, Jobs traveled to India in 1974 and came back with a different outlook on life. Jobs became a lifelong devotee of Zen Buddhism. He was introduced to Steve Wozniak his senior year in high school because they were both interested in electronics, but not the kind of electronics where you'd go to work for AT&T. In true counterculture fashion, what they wanted to do was find out how AT&T routed telephone calls around the world so that they could tap into the system and make long-distance calls for free. Jobs and Wozniak teamed up together to build what was called a blue box, and their research led them to underground radio broadcasts. These pirate broadcasts would originate from backyards or private homes as individuals would transmit signals over an unregistered FM band for a few hours. And then the pirate program might disappear, only to reappear a couple weeks later. One pirate broadcaster named Captain Crunch, real name John Draper, had figured out how to mimic some of the tones that AT&T used to route long-distance calls. Now, the idea of generating these tones to make free long-distance calls was pretty compelling in the 1970s. If you wanted to make a call from Silicon Valley to New York, it could be $3 or $4 per minute. And if you wanted to make a call to India, it might be $12 a minute. Add to this the fact that AT&T was a massive company that essentially had a monopoly on telephone business in America, and you can imagine that cheating the company was a very appealing prospect within counterculture circles. Jobs and Wozniak certainly wanted to beat the system, and they exerted tremendous effort finding out how. When the Silicon Valley Historical Association interviewed Jobs, here's what he said about the blue boxes.
We built blue boxes. These are obsolete now, but they were devices that you could build. You know, when you make a long-distance phone call in the background, you hear doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Those are the telephone computers actually signaling each other, sending information to each other to set up your call. And the signaling they use is a lot like touch-tone phones, only it's different frequencies. Well, you can make a box that emits those frequencies, that can make those tones. And there used to be a way to fool the entire telephone system into thinking you were a telephone computer, and to open up itself and let you call anywhere in the world for free. And matter of fact, you could call from a payphone, go to White Plains, New York, take a satellite to Europe, take a cable to Turkey, come back to Los Angeles, and you go around the world 3 or 4 times and call the payphone next door and shout in the phone, be about 30 seconds and come out the other end of the other phone. So we actually, and these were illegal, I have to add, but in spite of that, we were so fascinated by them that Woz and I actually figured out how to build one. We built the best one in the world. It was the first digital blue box in the world. And we would give them to our friends and use them ourselves. And you rapidly run out of people you want to call. But it was the magic of the fact that 2 teenagers could build this box for $100 worth of parts and control hundreds of billions of dollars of infrastructure in the entire telephone network in the whole world, from Los Altos and Cupertino, California. That was magical. And experiences like that taught us the power of ideas, the power of understanding that if you could build this box, you can control hundreds of millions of dollars worth of telephone infrastructure around the world. That's a powerful thing. And that, if we hadn't have made blue boxes, there would have been no Apple. Because we would have not had not only the confidence that we could build something and make it work, because it took us 6 months of discovery to figure out how to build this. It was a tremendous process in itself. But we also had the sense of magic that we could sort of influence the world, control it in the case of blue boxes, but something much more powerful than controlling, influencing in the case of Apple. And they're very closely related. I really do to this day feel if we hadn't had those blue box experiences, there never would have been an Apple computer.
Wozniak and Jobs searched the library at the Stanford Linear Accelerator, where they discovered an AT&T technical journal with everything that they needed. With the holy grail of AT&T computer dial tones in hand, they successfully built a blue box that could make long-distance calls for free within about 2 weeks. Once they made this box, they could call anyone. In fact, Wozniak once called the Pope, but I don't think the Pope answered. In any case, Jobs and Wozniak started making these boxes and selling them. They sold them for up to $500 a piece. And of course, if you're calling all the time at even $5 a minute, $500 is a great deal. The big mystery in my mind: did Jobs and Woz get caught selling blue boxes? I don't think they got charged with anything, but they did quit making the blue boxes. And as we've heard, Jobs believed that the experience that went into building those boxes gave them the confidence to build a computer company. Just one side note, it's interesting that when the iPhone came out, AT&T was the exclusive carrier. Is that payback? If so, it eventually paid off for AT&T not to prosecute Jobs and Wozniak. Apple Computer Company was founded in 1976 by Steve Jobs, Steve Wozniak, and Ronald Wayne, the last of whom sold his share of the company back to Jobs and Wozniak shortly after the company was founded. The original computer in a box that Apple built had most of the computer components that you would see in today's personal computer, most of the components we see in a smartphone that we take for granted. Wozniak was an expert at miniaturizing things. When he was a young man, he would take apart transistor radios and put them back together with fewer parts, and they'd still work. Then, when Nolan Bushnell wanted to save money for Atari by producing video games with fewer chips, he made an announcement to his employees, among whom at the time was Steve Jobs. Bushnell told his team that if they could design a game that had fewer than 50 chips in it, he would give them a bonus for every chip less than 50 that could actually make the game work. Jobs took that challenge to Wozniak and told him he'd split the money with him. The two men came out with a game called Breakout, and although Jobs' commission for the game was $5,000, he only gave Wozniak $350. Of course, in founding Apple, money was only part of the motivation that drove Jobs and Wozniak to develop the personal computer. They saw it as a way to give power back to the people. During the 1970s, power to the people was a popular slogan, and it captured the spirit behind Apple and the personal computer. Essentially, Wozniak and Jobs wanted to take the power away from the giant corporations and from a government that had all of our names and information in centralized computers. If you can give the people their own computing power, that might level the playing field. That was the original idea. As Wozniak employed his miniaturization skills to design the first personal computer, Jobs tried to raise capital for it by knocking on doors, literally knocking on doors to sell stock and going to any source he could to get funding, and failing at all of them. Among the people who turned Jobs down was Don Valentine, Nolan Bushnell's venture capitalist. But Valentine called a friend of his named Mike Markula and said, "Mike, I've got a challenge for you. I'll bet you can't help them." On a bet, Markula went over to Steve Jobs' parents' house in Los Altos. He saw what Wozniak had done, and he was amazed to find how many components had been miniaturized on one board. Markula saw the value of what these two young men were trying to do. Mike Markula was at Apple's Cupertino headquarters when the Silicon Valley Historical Association caught up with him in 1994.
And when I saw what Woz had done, I said, you know what? This particular configuration of things could be the beginning of that. And a lot of people don't appreciate how much technology was in the original Apple design. It was the world's first single-board computer, the whole computer on one board. It was the first computer in the world that had RAM on the main circuit board. It was the first computer that had a programming language built in ROM. It was the first computer that interacted seamlessly with an NTSC television set. It was the world's first computer that had color graphics, or any graphics for that matter. All the other computers, if you wanted to do something graphical, you did X, make a circle. It was the first computer that assumed the presence of a display. All other computer designs up until that point assumed some kind of an interface like a teletype terminal. The architecture was not designed to interact with a display. And there is a lot longer list of great innovation that was present in the original Apple II.
Mike Markula funded Apple with $142,000. Jobs and Wozniak used every dime, and they never needed any more funding. Apple became profitable within 6 months. And on the day of their first IPO in 1980, Jobs, Wozniak, and Markula all made hundreds of millions of dollars. And this all stemmed back to those blue boxes. Or perhaps to Steve Jobs' trip to India. It depends on how you look at it. But either way, this all sprang from the legacy of the 1960s, the influence of a turbulent time that drove a generation of young people to imagine a different world. Lecture 5, The Incubator System of the 1980s. After the founding of Fairchild Semiconductor in 1957, as semiconductor technology progressed, there was the systematic emergence of one new market after another. The inventions that supported new growth were first digital watches and pocket calculators. Then came video games, desktop computers, disk drives, and printers. With each new industry, hundreds of new companies would usually form in Silicon Valley, literally within 6 months' time. The magic of the Valley was that by the 1980s, there was a startup incubator that had been refined for 30 years. It started with Fairchild and moved forward, always looking for new opportunities and applications. If you had a good business plan, you could go to a venture capitalist and get funded. Lawyers would walk you through the legal details of incorporation. Then you could have consultants help you develop the product. The design could be subcontracted out. The Valley was like a giant idea factory where the concept would go in one end and out the other end, rapidly creating a new multi-billion-dollar company with a global reach. All of this was in place for the huge personal computer boom that occurred in the mid-1980s. The proliferation of personal and business computers had a tremendous effect on a variety of professions. Prior to desktop publishing on an Apple or PC, commercial publishers had to pay a considerable amount of money to get their books and journals typeset. With desktop publishing, typesetting very quickly became obsolete. Secretaries who took dictation and typed up the boss's letters were quickly being replaced with a PC word processor that could spell check, cut and paste, and even check your grammar. The world was changing. This boom set the stage for numerous entrepreneurial startups, among the most successful of which were Sun Microsystems, Intuit, and Adobe Systems. Today, we'll track the stories of these three companies in order to get a feel for the hothouse climate of Silicon Valley during the early 1980s. All three companies found success using different pathways. Sun Microsystems was a 1982 startup that was born in a laboratory at Stanford University. Sun founders Andreas Bechtolsheim, Scott McNealy, and Vinod Khosla saw potential for workstations able to share data using the Unix operating system favored by scientists and engineers. In 1994, Scott McNealy, who became CEO, did an interview with the Silicon Valley Historical Association. Here's what he had to say about how Sun Microsystems launched.
So Vinod had two venture capitalists lined up. We went out and had a Big Mac at McDonald's that night right on El Camino. And Vinod said, "So when are you quitting your job?" I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "You can't back out on me now." I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "You got to join. We got money now." I said, "You haven't given me a job offer." He said, "Job offer? You're a founder." Oh, no. I went in and quit the next day, and that's how we got going. Well, I think Steve Jobs did something for us all. He kind of broke the age ceiling, the glass age ceiling, if you will, on kids going off and doing things that they shouldn't be doing. People didn't look at us as so young when we were 27 because he, at a very young age, created a very successful company. Secondly, you had Stanford and Berkeley and all of the other technology companies here, and the geography is such that everybody's kind of forced into, down to the lowlands by the bay, and so it's a great infrastructure. We were able to start the company in nanoseconds, literally, get it up and running, and nobody batted an eye that we were barely shaving.
What's remarkable about Sun's startup story is that all of the founders were in their mid-20s, and none of them had any experience running a company. Today, the four founders of Sun are multimillionaires or even billionaires. Another company that started up in the early 80s was Intuit. Most of us have used or at least seen their products like QuickBooks, Quicken, and TurboTax. But getting these products to the customer was not easy, as Intuit founder Scott Cook explained in a 1994 interview.
So I was hanging posters at Stanford University advertising for, wanted programmer to help on exciting new software product. But I didn't know where to put them up. So I walked into a building that looked like an engineering building and asked a group of students who were seated in a circle. I told them what I was doing and asked them where to hang the signs up, and they told me various places. This was the Terman building over at Stanford. And one of the students said, I might be interested in that. Let me have one of those. Well, that was Tom Prue, the co-founder of Intuit. So we met totally by chance. Now, it happened to be the dead week before finals that I was posting these, so I got no other responses from Stanford because nobody was looking for jobs. They were all studying for finals. So I left my job in March of '83. And we expected that the software would take us 6 months to finish, so it would be done in October in time for Christmas. But in fact, we weren't even close. It took 3 times longer. It took 18 months. So we were ready for Christmas. We just had the wrong year.
Scott Cook and Tom Prue established Intuit in Palo Alto in 1983. And as we've noted, they were just one of many new startups in Silicon Valley actively seeking funding from professional venture capital companies. The biggest and oldest venture capitalists are clustered around Sand Hill Road in Menlo Park. Here's what Cook had to say about his Menlo Park experience as he sought to get Intuit off the ground.
This is the world's capital of venture capital. There are more venture capital firms in Silicon Valley than any other place on the planet. In fact, there are more venture capital companies in one town, Menlo Park, the town that I happen to be working in, than any other city in the world. So I thought it'd be easy for us to get venture capital. And we got the product halfway built so we could show a real working prototype. We had great market research, and we went out to the venture capitalists. This was my job. Tom was building the software, and my job was to get the company financed. And boy, I'll tell you, we absolutely struck out. Nobody. We talked to over 25 venture capital firms, and no one wanted to fund us, and no venture capital firm did. And so it was pretty hungry for us because we did not have the kind of funding that we needed to survive. When you have no funding, you go to almost any source to try to find it. And so I used a lot of sources. Certainly, all the money I'd saved up, plus there was a profit-sharing retirement plan from Bain & Company that I got, and instead of rolling that over, as you should do, I used that money in the company. Then they invented this thing the banks invented called lines of credit about the same time, and so I could get unsecured lines of credit personally, and I used several of those. I borrowed money from my folks, both my mom and my dad, and ultimately when no one else would, even the business had really tanked, and we looked dead. My parents were the one last source where they would still loan me more money for this, and eventually I'd borrowed so much from them I just said, stop. I can't take any more. If this business goes under, which it looks like it's going to, I don't want to take all of your retirement savings. There was a point in April of 1985 where we ran out of money. And I had to go in front of everybody and say, there were 7 of us at the time, and I say, this isn't a layoff. I dearly love every one of you to stay, and I can pay you for the time you've worked up till now. There just isn't money to pay you for any time you work after this. And I know that some of you are going to have to find jobs that pay salaries. Amazingly, fortunately, 4 of the 7 of us stayed. 3 had to find jobs that paid. But 4 of the 7 stayed and worked without money. And I said, I have no promise of when I could pay you, because I literally don't know. One of the guys in the company recommended, well, why don't we try going to a few wealthy individuals as opposed to professional investors? And he knew 2 guys, and we went to those 2 guys, and they invested. Now, not a lot, small amount of money, but boy, it seemed like a lot to us then. A total of $151,000. And that allowed us to keep the doors open for 6 months. What we did pay people in the interim was in stock. And now those people are millionaires because of the stock that they took.
If Sun Microsystems showed us how well-greased this Silicon Valley incubator system was in the 1980s, then Scott Cook's experience with Intuit shows us the flip side of that coin. Even if there are plenty of investors around, an entrepreneur still has to work very hard to make a case for his ideas. Cook was determined to make Intuit work, and even in the face of dire financial circumstances, he kept at it. Cook grew his company throughout the 80s to a $4 billion company. His main competition was from Redmond, Washington, where Microsoft had a product called Microsoft Money. In 1994, Scott received a telephone call from Bill Gates at Microsoft. Gates offered Cook $1.5 billion for Intuit. If Cook didn't accept the offer, then Gates would give away Microsoft Money for free, a product that was a direct competitor, potentially forcing Intuit to go bankrupt. Although he didn't want to sell Intuit, Scott Cook felt he had no choice but to accept Microsoft's offer. But then the Justice Department intervened, announcing that they were not going to approve Microsoft's acquisition. Cheers erupted through the Intuit offices. As of 2019, Intuit employed 8,200 people and had sales over $5 billion. Scott Cook is a billionaire and philanthropist. Microsoft ceased supporting Microsoft Money in 2009. So far, we've looked at 1980s startups Sun Microsystems and Intuit. Another successful startup from that decade was Adobe, which was founded in 1982 by a couple of scientists from the Xerox PARC Research Center, John Warnock and Chuck Geschke. 1982 was a good year to find venture capital for computer hardware. So when Warnock and Geschke put together a business plan and met with venture capitalists, they received funding fairly quickly. They planned to go into business to develop mainframe computers. They incorporated in December 1982. When trying to decide on a company name, Adobe was selected, named after the Adobe Creek that would flow during the rainy season behind John Warnock's house. Business didn't take off right away, however. In fact, In those early days, it said that the phone would usually only ring when one of the wives called up and asked either Warnick or Geschke to stop by Safeway and buy groceries on the way home. Things were going very, very slowly. Then, one day in 1983, Warnick and Geschke received a call from Steve Jobs. Let's listen to John Warnick as he takes the story from there.
Steve has been a friend since May of 1983.
Right.
He called one day and said, gee, I understand you guys have done something neat. I'd like to come by and see it. And so we showed him the early stuff in PostScript. He immediately loved the technology and was a great supporter. He sort of saw the vision for the technology and drove it through Apple, even though almost everybody in Apple disagreed with him. He drove it through and caused the laser writer to be produced in 1985. He made calls that everybody said, no, Steve, you can never sell a printer for more than the computer. Steve, you can't do this. Steve, you can't do that. And he did it anyway. And he was right. I mean, he actually was proven to be correct. We were friends with Steve through his founding of Next. Next Computers, we supported Next with Display PostScript. Steve has called many times when he was thinking about helping out Apple, and Apple called us and asked for, well, gee, should we let Steve back, or the whole thing. And both Chuck and I have been friends with Steve since the beginning. Steve's coming back has been the best thing that could have ever happened to Apple. He has a sense of design taste and a sense of perfection and a sense of the customer like no one I've ever seen.
It turned out that the early relationship that Adobe forged with Steve Jobs made a critical difference in the way that Adobe developed. Adobe software supported Next Computer after Jobs was fired from Apple. Now, most of us know Adobe as a software company, but it's interesting that in the 1982-83 timeframe, venture capitalists didn't invest in software because Microsoft dominated so much of the market. Adobe received initial funding to become a hardware company. And yet, what made the difference for the company was not hardware, but a page description language that Adobe developed. The language is known as PostScript. Adobe offered basic PostScript to computer manufacturers for free, as open source software. By making PostScript free, it quickly made Adobe a major player in desktop publishing and established an industry standard. Here's Adobe co-founder John Warnick talking about PostScript and its convergence with other technologies in the 1980s.
There were 4 critical technologies that came together at the same time, and that's what enabled the whole publishing revolution. One was the graphical user interface, and the first commercial version of that was the Macintosh, even though we were very familiar with it inside of PARC. The second was a cheap laser printer, and that was developed by Canon. The third was a page layout program, and that was developed by Paul Brainerd and Aldous, which became PageMaker, which eventually Adobe acquired. And then the fourth was PostScript itself, this way of representing in a device-independent way how a page is supposed to look. And you bring those 4 technologies together, and desktop publishing now did sort of an order of magnitude drop in cost with an increase in quality, plus the openness caused the whole industry to change essentially over about a 4-year period.
During the early 80s, there were several venture capital-funded startups that were going into the mainframe computer business. They all went out of business in a few years. Like Sun Microsystems and Intuit, Adobe became very successful, branching out into products like PDF, Acrobat, Photoshop, and many other graphic design products. Steve Jobs asked to buy Adobe for $5 billion in 1982, but Warnick and Geschke refused. However, they ended up working with Jobs, and they did sell him shares worth 19% of the company. Adobe's revenue in 2018 was over $9 billion. In Lecture 4, we talked about the founding of Apple Computer in the 1970s and how the original motivation for company founders Jobs and Wozniak was not so much to make money, but to give power to the people. One of the most important events in Apple's history was when IBM introduced its own personal computer in 1981. 3 years after that, 3 years after IBM got into the PC business, Apple broadcast a famous Super Bowl TV advertisement of a woman athlete in red shorts running down the aisle of a movie theater where the audience is all dressed in grays, looking the same, transfixed by a Big Brother-style character on the movie screen. The thought police were pursuing the woman. As she enters the movie theater with a hammer in hand, she swings the hammer into the screen, which explodes. Noting the coming release of the Macintosh computer, the tagline states, "You'll see why 1984 won't be like 1984." The ad brilliantly differentiated IBM computers and their clones from the creative and colorful Apple computers. And yet, Steve Jobs would be fired from Apple 1 year later. Both the ad and Jobs' firing point to the turbulence that some Silicon Valley companies experienced in the mid-1980s. In a 1994 interview, Jerry Sanders, founder of Advanced Micro Devices, or AMD, looked back on 1984 and offered these reflections on surviving those times.
1984 was a wonderful period. The predictions were made that the personal computer industry was going to grow at a 30% annual rate in perpetuity. By the second half of the year, the industry had collapsed. Demand was down, and this coupled with massive overinvestment by the Japanese in plant and equipment as they made their efforts to enter the world market. The combination of a dramatic drop-off in demand and the Japanese overinvestment, which resulted in their dumping product, just about did in the U.S. semiconductor industry. Certainly it almost did us in, almost did even Intel in. Intel needed a $250 million cash infusion from IBM so they could keep their programs going. Best investment IBM ever made. They should have held on to it, and fortunately they sold it later. In any event, those were very, very tricky times because in anticipation of just uninterrupted growth, we spread ourselves pretty thin as an industry. And what AMD did, I would not call it reinventing the company so much as I would say refocusing the company. At that time, we were trying to do too many things, and we were, again, always with the customer in mind, but the truth was you can't be excellent in everything. And so what we basically did is we pared the company's product lines down to those areas where I believed we could be either number 1 or 2 in the industry on a worldwide basis, And at the time, I mean, that was considered to be pretty ambitious stuff.
When IBM entered the personal computer market, the company had an open architecture, meaning that anybody in the world could use that information to manufacture generic IBM computers. IBM thought that because they had the #1 name in business computing, people were just going to buy the IBM machine rather than spend less and buy something from companies like Compaq or Dell or Hewlett-Packard. So IBM entered the business in 1981, and their initial impact nearly put Apple out of business. Business owners, many for the first time, were buying PC computers from IBM because IBM was behind them, not buying from that young hippie company named Apple. The problem was compounded by the fact that, as the computer market grew, Apple got a lower and lower percentage of that market because companies like Dell and Compaq would sell their products for much less than an Apple computer. But Apple managed to get through those times. IBM is no longer in the personal computer business, but its impact on personal computing was very significant. For example, IBM basically gave away what could have been an exclusive license to Microsoft's operating system. Because Microsoft could then license the operating system to other computer manufacturers, they enjoyed a virtual monopoly in the PC space. And as a result, Microsoft became one of the biggest companies in the world, and its co-founder, Bill Gates, one of the richest men. With the dissolution of the Soviet Union came the end of the Cold War. During Ronald Reagan's administration from 1981 through 1988, military funding had been a top priority. But as Silicon Valley came to the end of the decade, a shift in America's priorities steered money away from military projects. Many technology companies in the Valley had to find new markets. Linear Technology was one of those companies. Founded in 1981, Linear Technology designed and manufactured linear, or analog, integrated circuits, and the U.S. military was one of its primary customers. Let's listen to what Bob Swanson, Linear Technology's founder, had to say about the challenges his company faced at the end of the 80s.
When you start a company whose name is Linear Technology and the #1 strength is the people talent in the company, you're making high-performance circuits, you look to the military market who is the irony is the reputation is they're not price sensitive, they'll pay for performance. Well, That's exactly the kind of end market that we'd like to sell into. And we were very successful at doing that. And this was 1981, 82 when we started the company. And by the time we actually had products that we could sell into the marketplace, it was 1983. This is in the beginning of the huge Reagan military buildup. So everybody who read the paper knew that this was going to be a huge growth market. And it was a natural for us because of high performance. But I guess it was probably at the end of the 80s when it became obvious. We'd quote, won the Cold War. We'd helped Soviet Russia who went to bankruptcy, and the joke is the day before we did. So Reagan, accomplished his goal of spending them into bankruptcy. And we knew the handwriting was on the wall. We had to find other things to do. Well, fortunately for us at the time, there were emerging markets like the PC market, which needed desperately for the notebook computers, a whole new way of delivering the energy from the battery to the computer, and so that people could go across the country in an airplane and have the computer work most of the way. Without the kind of ICs we made, these notebook computers, you'd have to change the batteries at the end of an hour. And so we rode that for a while. And then as that was getting crowded, then the cell phone and all of this wireless communication came into it.
Swanson's words look ahead to the 1990s and beyond. And of course, that's the time period when a new revolution in information technology caught fire. In 1988, a data-only communications network existed between large universities and the U.S. military. A research paper entitled Toward a National Research Network came to the attention of U.S. Senator Al Gore. Within 3 years, Gore had advanced legislation in Congress towards expanding this information network, although no one at the time could accurately predict the true scope of what would explode globally during the next decade. The millions of personal computers that were in people's homes and offices would soon be connected to an information superhighway, the Internet. Silicon Valley would ride this new technological application to new heights. Like all of the previous challenges, Silicon Valley would be quick to adapt and to seize the changing opportunities. Lecture 6, the 1990s and the Internet. With the 90s came handheld devices, the growth of the Internet, and advancements in numerous technologies. In Silicon Valley, it seemed that everyone had a personal computer in 1990. The typical office would have a couple of PC clone computers up front to record client information. If the office included a graphic designer, the designer would usually have an Apple computer. Computer peripherals, those products that enhance your basic computer, were being offered in the Silicon Valley electronics stores, and new versions seemed to be coming out daily. After buying the latest software, computer users often had to buy more memory, or RAM. One of the biggest innovations in software was the development of a free operating system in 1991 called Linux, after its Finnish developer, Linus Torvalds. It eventually replaced Unix, which had been developed by Bell Labs and would cost the user money to license. Linux would be adopted almost universally as it replaced Unix. Eventually, Torvalds himself was lured to work in Silicon Valley. There were only 50 websites in the world in 1992, but in 1993, the European Organization for Nuclear Research, known as CERN, offered the World Wide Web technology for free. And that was important, because free, open operating systems encouraged development. However, it was the distribution of the first Mosaic browser, and then Netscape's browser, that really popularized the Internet. For the consumer, the Internet came on quickly. Most people's first experience with the World Wide Web was with messaging and text. Images could not be displayed until Mark Andreessen and his team at the National Center for Supercomputing Applications created the Mosaic browser in 1993. Andreessen would soon move to Silicon Valley from Illinois and team up with Silicon Graphics founder Jim Clark to start Netscape. On May 3, 1995, the Silicon Valley Historical Association interviewed Jim Clark at Netscape, and here's what he said.
When I decided to leave Silicon Graphics, I had no engineering contacts. That is, everyone I knew that I thought was good, I had already tried to recruit at Silicon Graphics. And so I made a pact with myself not to recruit from that company because I figured that would be counterproductive. As a result, I didn't know any engineers. I asked a friend of mine, well, who do you know that I could contact? I need to get in touch with some good engineers. And he said, well, you should contact Mark Andreessen, the guy that wrote Mosaic. And I thought, well, So I got Mosaic up and found his homepage and got his email address and sent him an email saying, Mark, you don't know me, but I know you've read recently, or perhaps you've read recently, that I'm leaving Silicon Graphics. Are you interested in getting together for breakfast and talking about starting a company? And about 10 minutes later, he responded, sure. So we met the next morning. The internet was not really in my awareness when I left Silicon Graphics. It was more, sure, I knew about the internet, and I knew that it was reasonably popular for some reason, but I used it for email. But the true vision of the internet comes from Mark Andreessen, my young partner.
Jim Clark is a self-described serial entrepreneur. He wanted to start another company, and he thought that the emergence of the internet might present a great opportunity.
So I financed this company, and I'm by my nature an entrepreneur, so I knew a lot of the things that needed to be put around the base technology. So I'm providing the business input and recruited the management team while he recruited the technical team largely. Well, the two of us together did. And he produced the first product, which was released last October in beta release form, and subsequently in the first release, true production release, was in December. But it was his vision about the internet, not mine.
Soon, the Netscape Navigator browser would be used by most early internet users. Clark talked about this.
I just read something yesterday that said we had 95% of all traffic on this one site, but the New York Times published an article some time ago that said at that time they showed that we had about close to 80% of the traffic on the internet for the World Wide Web was using our browser, our Navigator.
This popularity was a tribute to Clark's strategic approach to hiring talented employees. Netscape had to find a team of exceptional people who would be devoted to the new company's success. Clark would use a tried and true Silicon Valley method of getting the best employees, and he explains this process.
In the early days of the industrial world, I think a lot of the founders of companies kept the lion's share of the company for themselves. They didn't have to share because the laborers they hired didn't have any expectation or maybe not even any special knowledge. They were just laborers, and these particular individuals were bright and pulled it together, and they kept the whole thing for themselves. In this day and age, that just doesn't work, at least not in a technology business. You won't be able to recruit the technology people unless you give them a decent piece of equity of the company. And when they own part of the company, that means that they share in the wealth when it gets public and becomes a stock that's got liquidity. You always go public. There's no point in giving people stock in the company unless you plan for there to be something that gives them liquidity. If you wanted to own the entire company yourself and just use it as a way of generating income, then there would be not necessarily any point in going public. But a high-tech company that has a bunch of employees who own part of the company really has to go public in order to generate the event that gives these people something more than a salary for the energy and effort they put in.
Entrepreneurs and students from every background reconsidered their careers and business plans after August 9th, 1995, the day that Netscape went public. Netscape's IPO was an enormous success. Originally, Netscape had planned to sell 3.5 million shares of stock at $14 each. But a week before the public offering, investors subscribed to over 100 million shares. The day before the company went public, Netscape's board of directors increased the offering to 5 million shares and doubled the starting price to $28 per share. Because of the high demand, the first public offering was delayed by 2 hours. When the shares finally became available, they sold for more than $70 per share. At the end of the day, the stock had settled at $58 per share. Now, Netscape was a 16-month-old company that had shown no profit and little revenue. But after its IPO, it had a market capitalization of $2.2 billion. Mark Andreessen was 24 years old and only 2 years out of college. Netscape's business model and IPO became a template for many of the dot-com companies that would soon be founded. Netscape's IPO started a surge of hot IPOs that had overly optimistic expectations. The belief that the internet would soon replace traditional business would create a 5-year rise in the markets, especially in tech stocks. Hot internet IPOs were a common occurrence during the dot-com bubble. From 1998 to 1999, the value of IPO shares frequently surged 400 to 500% on the first day of trading. During the dot-com boom, supporting companies, underwriters, law firms, accounting firms, and others, they often made more money than the primary company during the IPO. And there was a widely held suspicion that insider trading and overcharging were rampant. Netscape's IPO fit into the broader phenomenon of hot IPOs during the dot-com boom. Netscape's founder, Jim Clark, had a prediction.
A lot of people ask me, how are you going to make money on the internet? They're looking at the internet as what it was. And I usually respond, well, how do you make money on the phone system? You use it every day for business. It's an absolutely essential tool for business. How do you make money on it? all you do is spend money on the phone system. So if you think of it in those terms, the internet is a data phone system. And it's a way of taking our current existing worldwide telephone system, telecommunications infrastructure, and using it for communicating data. That's all it is. So it's a protocol, a language, and there are going to be some companies that actually make money on the internet, telecommunications companies, software companies like ours, but most people will make money using the internet for a tool. And the fact that they've got this tool for communications that allows them to communicate pictures and text and retrieve anything anywhere in the world on demand, get information from the Louvre in Paris, or get information out of Beijing. You can literally sit down and with mouse clicks visit every place in the world. Every country in the world has numerous sites coming up on the World Wide Web. So it's this incredibly powerful educational, informational tool that, oh, by the way, some people are going to use it to make money, like sell information, sell news. I can't tell you the number of newspapers that are coming up with web presences because the cost of newsprint paper is going through the roof. And it also takes lots of trees. Well, guess what? It doesn't take any trees to deliver information electronically. It hardly takes any electricity to do it. So it's a very natural thing from my point of view. And to me, it makes the world, this true global village that we've always heard of, in that you can be a student in any podunk town in the world, and you can visit all these locations and get all of this information and knowledge that you weren't able to do before because you couldn't get the physical books or you couldn't afford to get this, that, and the other. It'll become as common as the phone system. In fact, it will become the communications infrastructure.
One major company that rode the internet wave was Amazon. At the time of its founding in 1994, no one could have known that Amazon would become one of the world's most innovative companies. In the beginning, it was an enormous marketplace for books, bigger than any brick-and-mortar bookstore. Amazon went public with an IPO in 1997. Meanwhile, Microsoft was adapting to the rapid rise of internet use. Microsoft's Windows had been around since the mid-'80s, but after witnessing Netscape's success, Microsoft would reinvent itself toward the internet. Windows 95 included a free version of Internet Explorer, and Windows 95 soon became the dominant desktop environment, even as Internet Explorer would become the dominant browser for more than a decade. I also think it's worth noting that in 1997, the Palm Pilot was the first commercially available smartphone. This device was very slow by today's standards, but it could receive email and surf the internet. The internet also gave a major boost to SanDisk, a company that was founded in 1988 to produce flash drives. After inventing flash drive technology, SanDisk limped along without a market. When the internet came along, SanDisk founder Eli Harari explained in a 2006 interview with the Historical Association that he had been surprised.
So we waited for about 7 years or so for digital cameras to catch on with a film. And it wasn't that digital cameras didn't exist, it was that the infrastructure for printing and transmitting, basically the internet came along, which we did not expect. It came out of nowhere, and that was our savior. The internet. Suddenly people realized that they need a digital camera because they could very easily transmit images across the internet. And then they needed film, and that was our cards. And so sometimes infrastructure, almost always with new technologies like cell phones, for example, the infrastructure takes a lot longer, and most entrepreneurs have a very tough time to accept that and to survive going through the desert for easily 5 to 10 years.
Harari's reference to infrastructure is worth noting. With internet use rising in the mid-90s, there was still the challenge of getting communities wired so that everyone could go online. John Gage was someone who rose to that challenge. The chief scientist at Sun Microsystems, Gage had a goal of connecting all California schools to the internet. So he organized Net Day in 1995. Thousands of volunteers showed up to complete the job. Here's what John Gage told the Silicon Valley Historical Association in 2007 about Net Day.
And so I had a project to wire all the schools called Net Day, and that was a startup because, well, that's an illustration of the way the network works. Someone said it would cost $35 billion to wire all the schools. We had just built the Sun buildings here in Menlo Park. It cost about $200 or $300 per seat to put in fiber and all the Category 5 Ethernet wire. So the numbers were way off, but I couldn't convince anybody of that. They wanted to have meetings and argue about it. I decided I'm not going to bother with that. I'll put a web page up for every school in California. That'll take a weekend. Just get the list of the schools and write a small script to do it. I'll go to the mapping people that do the in-car navigation systems and get from them the latitude and longitude of every school. Their software does that. You give a street address to them and they will give you back 6 decimal points latitude, longitude. That's meter accurate dot on a map. So I can build maps of California showing every one of the 10 or 12,000 schools. You can zoom in. That took a weekend. And then I can order every engineer in California on a weekend to go to their child's school, take wire, and install it. Don't ask permission. Do it. It's your school. So a lot of the school people didn't like this idea because they wanted to have someone come in and ask their permission. And at the beginning, I'd say, oh, well, yes, we're just trying to give you something, building on the millions of people in California that know how to install networks you and the school don't. But every real estate agent, every Taco Bell, every hospital, somebody's done it, every office building. So let's let the parents come in and add to the school something of value. Well, and we did this on March 9th, 1996. We had 100,000 Californians all go to their school, organized entirely by a set of web pages that let them organize themselves. So people would go to a web page for their school, write their name in, say they'd show up, volunteer their husband or wife, volunteer a friend. The husband or wife or friend would write in, go to the web page, add their name, say what they thought they ought to have done, who would bring coffee. And they'd organize themselves just around the framework of the web page. And then it went national. We had 1 million people go to schools to put wire in the schools for free. Self-organizing. That was a startup. Took a computer, one wonderful programmer, 2 wonderful programmers to be fair, and we built a website that let people organize themselves. That was a startup. And I was so afraid it wasn't going to work, and it worked. People just decided it was a good way to go do something. I think when I lied to everyone and said, you don't need to ask permission, they're your schools, you can go in and do it, that was the key, because that's what you need to get around bureaucracy, is just to take creative lying in hand and assert your rights and go do it. And it worked.
By 1996, 64% of K through 12 schools in the United States had internet access, and 63% of American 12th graders reported using a computer for schoolwork. The single biggest event in 1997, the one event that would change all of technology, was the return of Steve Jobs to Apple. At the time, many, if not most critics, saw Jobs' return as the last nail in Apple's coffin. In 1996, Apple Computer was dying. The company was running out of money. Sales of computers were lackluster, and the company was still focusing on many unprofitable technologies. In a public relations move, Apple CEO Gil Amelio brought back original Apple founders Steve Wozniak and Steve Jobs as consultants. At the same time, Apple was working with B Inc. to license a new operating system for the next generation of computers. Amelio had planned on purchasing the B operating system for $125 million. B Inc. countered for more than $200 million, an amount that Amelio considered outrageous. Steve Jobs, an original Apple founder and a self-made billionaire from the 1995 Pixar IPO, saw his opportunity. Jobs arranged an appointment with Amelio where he played 2 movies simultaneously on his laptop. To accomplish this incredible feat, he used the operating system developed by his own company, Next, Inc. The demonstration impressed Amelio, who dropped negotiations with B Inc. and pursued a deal with Next, which would include the acquisition of Next for cash and Apple stock, as well as several seats on Apple's board of directors. Although Steve Jobs has denied leading a boardroom coup, he did become Apple's new interim CEO within 7 months. As the new leader of Apple Computer, Steve Jobs immediately streamlined operations and the product line. I believe that it was the force of Jobs' personality and his outlook on life that transformed a dying company. As he told the Silicon Valley Historical Association in 1995, 2 years before his return to Apple.
So the thing I would say is, when you grow up, you tend to get told that the world is the way it is, and your life is just to live your life inside the world, try not to bash into the walls too much, try to have a nice family life, have fun, save a little money. But life, that's a very limited life. Life can be much broader once you discover one simple fact, and that is everything around you that you call life was made up by people that were no smarter than you. And you can change it. You can influence it. You can build your own things that other people can use. And the minute that you understand that you can poke life and actually something will, if you push in, something will pop out the other side, that you can change it, you can mold it. That's maybe the most important thing, is to shake off this erroneous notion that life is there and you're just going to live in it, versus embrace it, change it, improve it, make your mark upon it. I think that's very important. And however you learn that, once you learn it, you'll want to change life and make it better, because it's kind of messed up in a lot of ways. Once you learn that, you'll never be the same again.
As Steve Jobs returned to Apple, a couple of Stanford students were experimenting with a new kind of search engine, Google. Google co-founder Larry Page has said that the perfect search engine would understand exactly what you mean and give back exactly what you want. Since Page and co-founder Sergey Brin collaborated on their first search engine, which they called Backrub, for the way it could analyze backlinks pointing to different websites, they had been focused on developing just such an engine. And when Google finally launched, it would redefine the way people worldwide view and use the Internet. Page and Brin met in 1995 at Stanford University. Interested in solving one of computing's biggest challenges, retrieving pertinent information from huge stores of data, they collaborated on a search technology, building computer housings in Page's dorm room and scouring their department's loading docks for newly arrived computers they could borrow for their network. In 1998, with their new approach to search technology perfected, they began to call on prospective licensors. You see, Page and Brin were not interested in building their own company. But when Yahoo founder and friend David Filo encouraged Page and Brin to start their own search engine company, and when none of the day's major portal companies jumped on their technology, the two made the decision to create a startup. With $100,000 from Sun Microsystems co-founder Andy Bechtolsheim and another $900,000 from family, friends, and acquaintances, Page and Brin established their corporation in a garage in Menlo Park. Google was founded in 1998. It seemed that everyone in Silicon Valley had a million-dollar idea for a website during the dot-com boom. You'd often hear things from the clerk at a hardware store or a grocery bagger mentioning that they were only doing this job to gain knowledge for their web page idea. When the Historical Association interviewed Larry Boucher, founder of Adaptec, in November 2000, his words seemed prophetic.
The internet and web service today is already being enabled by storage. But if you look at what a large web farm is today, it's the precursor to video on demand. I mean, we're just getting started with the very beginnings of that. But as little as 10 years from now, you'll be able to, sit down in your home and just turn on your TV, which will also be a computer of some sort, and you'll be able to play whatever movie you would like, or watch the 6 o'clock news at 7 o'clock or 6:45, whenever you would like. Things are going to change a lot, and the single driving force for that is going to be storage.
The internet was riding high. The new economy seemed to be taking over. However, historically, the telephone, radio, electricity, and railroad bubbles ended in busts.
Oh, I mean, I think it's one of the biggest bubbles in history. I mean, unless you really believe that the internet has made us so productive that we can run at the sort of numbers we got the S&P running at, we're going to take the entire economy and run it at 70% higher productivity.
Please join us next time when we'll discuss the collapse of the internet bubble. It wasn't the end of the world, but it did bring a lot of us back to reality. Lecture 7, The Dot-Com Bust. The millennium dawned brightly. The effects of the feared Y2K bug were slight to none, and optimism about the future still seemed high. But there had been a few dark clouds in the late 1990s, and by the end of 2000, they were developing into a full-fledged storm. The dot-com boom in Silicon Valley had people recklessly driving cars through stop signs because a few minutes might cost them $1 million. Housing and office space seemed impossible to find. Easygoing Northern California was no more. During the previous 5 years, there had been occasional warnings from analysts that what went up inevitably had to come down. These were brushed aside by rising expectations, by stock market prices that continued to climb, and by the rush of companies getting venture capital funding if their names ended in .com. Some expressed concern that these new companies without solid business practices or solid profits had to fail. But such concerns were often dismissed as old economy. The new economy, many people argued, was the future. And if some .com companies weren't yet profitable, the ever-surging growth of the internet would soon make them so. But not even a gold rush mentality could repeal the laws of gravity or basic economics. As 2000 approached, investors grew fearful about a lack of short-term profits. They began getting nervous and backing out. And as more and more fled, a stock market roller coaster began, with the most common direction being straight down. The year 2000 was tough for technology worldwide. Investors fled the sector, leaving many web companies to go belly up. After starting 2000 with strong sales, computer makers were experiencing soft demand in the second quarter and little growth during the Christmas holidays. Of the 451 IPOs in the USA, most were high technology, with the majority being from Silicon Valley. Venture capitalists were still flush with cash, but they had become very skeptical of business plans without a clear path to profit. Explanations were sought. CNN.com ascribed the dot-com implosion to a combination of poor business planning, intense competition, and weak advertising markets, pushing scores of dot-com companies to the brink, wiping out billions of dollars in market capitalization and sending share prices tumbling. Most emblematic of the collapse was Pets.com, which launched as an online business that sold pet supplies and accessories direct to customers. The company had a striking commercial featuring a sock puppet dog that captivated Super Bowl television viewers in January. The company went public in February, but never managed to attain the critical mass of customers sufficient to support an ambitious business plan. By November, with venture capitalists declining further funding, Pets.com closed its doors. The company's stock, which had sold for $11 per share in February, was worth 19 cents at the time of liquidation. A similar fate would await Webvan, a Silicon Valley-based online credit and delivery grocery business. It too had ambitious aspirations, but a lack of management experience in the supermarket industry hampered those efforts, as did lavish spending, which far exceeded sales growth. Webvan reportedly contracted for $1 billion worth of warehouses, bought 30 powerful Sun Microsystems servers, dozens of compact computers, and several Cisco Systems routers, more than 80 21-inch color monitors, and more than 100 Herman Miller chairs, topping $800 each. The company ran out of money in 2001 and donated its stores of non-perishable foodstuffs to local food banks. Webvan's collapse wasn't the only bad news of 2001. Even before the terrorist attacks of September 11 weakened an already shaky economy, most of the high-tech industry was caught in a slump of unprecedented severity. Revenues for the 2,400 member companies of Semiconductor Equipment and Materials International saw revenues plunge more than 30% from the previous year. DataQuest said the chip sector had suffered the worst industry decline in the history of the market. Even market leader Intel saw a revenue drop of more than 22%, and it was estimated that the semiconductor industry worldwide had lost $100 billion. Personal computer sales dropped for only the second time ever. Palm reported a 44% decline after celebrating 4 consecutive quarters of 100% revenue growth a year earlier. Cisco Systems posted its first quarterly loss in 11 years as a public company. Sun Microsystems had a yearly revenue plunge of 43%. The Historical Association talked with SRI International CEO Kurt Carlson in May 2006.
I remember once sitting with someone and I asked for their business model, and they said, well, we're not interested in that right now. Our goal is to get eyeballs. I said, what do you mean eyeballs? He said, well, you know, eyeballs. We got to get people looking at our website. And I said, well, that's good, but what's your business model? He said, no, you don't understand, Kurt. We want eyeballs. In the back of my mind, I'm going, eyeballs? Eyeballs? That is not a business model. That is not a value proposition. This company is in trouble. And sure enough, shortly later, it was gone. If you cannot state your business case for a new company, the chance of success is negligible. And during that period, so many conversations we had were about hopes and dreams, but they weren't based on disciplined, solid business plans.
Carnage from the dot-com meltdown was everywhere. News.com summed up the ensuing blame game by ascribing the collapse to day traders who gambled on obscure companies, mid-level engineers who cashed in stock options and retired at 29, Wall Street analysts who preached eyeballs, stickiness, and price-to-sales ratios, forecasting companies that predicted exponential growth, and business publications that canonized the rich and gave others hope of striking similar fortunes. To some, it seemed that Silicon Valley was dead. Even through the gloom, though, there were some positive notes. Apple Computer, for example, had taken a big loss in January 2001, but quickly adjusted and got back in the black for the rest of the year, aided by the introduction in October of a new product, the iPod. This tiny personal digital music player was said by Steve Jobs to put 1,000 songs in your pocket. The widespread industry contraction pushed Hewlett-Packard and Compaq together, although heirs of HP's founders came out against the deal and worried it would undermine the legendary HP way. And tough times could toughen already solid companies. Even before the height of the crash, Adobe Systems had faced declining revenues, and the company had begun restructuring. Losses at Cisco and Sun, among others, were prompts for them to change. This was Silicon Valley, after all, where failure, even big failure, is not the black mark it would be elsewhere, and where resiliency, adaptability, and problem-solving are a way of life. The Valley had gone through up and down cycles before. This was another one. In 2000, right after the dot-com bust was finally acknowledged, the Silicon Valley Historical Association had the opportunity to talk with John Warnock, founder of Adobe Systems.
Business is fundamentally changing on a worldwide basis. There's sort of new economy businesses and old economy businesses. And everyone who has been in traditional businesses are saying, how do I take advantage of the internet? How do I take advantage of the web? How do I migrate from sort of the old economy to the new economy? Adobe also has been going through that transformation with the internals of our business. But we see an opportunity for dramatically reducing the cost of communication, dramatically increasing the effectiveness of communication and information flow, making it possible to have employees all over the world and effectively managing them, and bringing together all of these sort of collaborative aspects of doing business, sort of at the web, and taking advantage of that and providing authoring tools that allow people to communicate very effectively.
Cycles are indeed a way of life in Silicon Valley, but the dot-com bubble had been a record-setting high, and the burst of the bubble a record low. It would take time to recover. Many long-time small businesses had left Silicon Valley during the boom due to increasingly higher rents and wages. After the bust, large office buildings stayed vacant. Rental truck and moving companies were busy moving people out of the area. Rents and housing prices went down. Throughout 2000, companies retrenched. Big companies swallowed smaller ones, and stocks, profits, and losses were on a roller coaster ride. Left in the rubble was a new class of competitor, the serial entrepreneur. Gordon Davidson of Fenwick & West law firm in Menlo Park has worked on over 60 IPOs, and during an interview with the Historical Association, he summed up what a serial entrepreneur represented.
Failure in Silicon Valley is almost celebrated. It's not a disgrace. It may take entrepreneurs 4 or 5 times to have a successful company. I've represented one entrepreneur in 8 different companies.
Larry Sonsini of the law firm Wilson, Sonsini, Goodrich & Rosati in Palo Alto told the Historical Association in March 2000,
"It may have been too early to go to market with a product. It may have been too late. It could be that the technology is terrific, but the cost of production is too high. It could be that the competitive forces have changed dramatically. And so it's not unusual to come back. Really, it's just a tweaking of the direction you were going in sometimes."
As nervous businesses took an extended breather on information technology spending, times were tough for such software companies as Oracle. Companies fought bitterly for what business they could get. Hopes for an early recovery in personal computers also went unrealized. Processor speeds continued to climb, but such improvements didn't improve sales. Only Apple, which introduced the stylish, flat-panel iMac, created a desktop splash, though sales of notebook PCs did show some promise. Hewlett-Packard overcame in-house opposition and won shareholder approval to absorb Compaq in May 2001. Job losses continued as Microsoft trimmed 15,000 workers, Intel 4,000, and AMD 2,000. In a November 2000 interview, Meg Whitman, the CEO of eBay at that time, reflected on the dot-com boom and the downturn.
And this whole notion that you could spend ahead of revenue and come out the other end, I think was really wrong. I've been in business 20 years, and actually, in the end, revenues have to be higher than costs. And that was a reality that I think was suspended for some period of time here. So I think the shakeout is a healthy thing. I think there are some good companies that are being thrown out with the bathwater, but I think they'll manage to swim back upstream. But it was a very interesting time because I think reality was suspended for some period of time.
Ned Barnholt, founding CEO of Agilent, was interviewed by the Historical Association in March 2001. He spoke about the disruption to a company when its employees leave to join .com startups.
A lot of people left not because they didn't like Agilent or anything about the company, but the perception was that some of the .coms and other startup companies were going to provide a quicker way to riches. And of course, as we've all seen, that hasn't been the case. And a number of those people are now calling back and wanting to come back to Agilent, and we're delighted to have them back. So, these things come and go over the years that I've been involved with the technology industry.
Misuse of adware, spyware, and PC invasions did little to improve the climate. Spyware began as a seemingly benign marketing tool, but soon could be found everywhere. Pop-ups annoyed web surfers, spyware invaded their privacy, and hackers drained individuals' computer power. Courts and legislators were urged to increase their scrutiny. By 2003, the technology world was beginning to settle down a bit, though nervousness still abounded. There were some war jitters as the U.S. and coalition forces invaded Iraq to oust Saddam Hussein. Western companies began increasing the practice of offshoring, using the less expensive labor in such countries as India, China, and Southeast Asia to perform tasks previously handled by American workers. But there were a number of bright spots. Spam, the unsolicited email messages that had been flooding computer users' inboxes, was regulated, first by the European Union, which adopted an opt-in directive, and then by the U.S. Congress, which passed an opt-out bill. Wireless technology also made huge gains, as Wi-Fi hotspots started to spring up in more and more public places. By the end of 2003, people could feel confident about finding such hotspots in coffee shops throughout most of the world's major cities, allowing them to log on wirelessly to the internet. Another consumer trend had arrived, fueled in large part by Intel's Centrino chip package, which was tailored for such mobile computing operations. AMD, meanwhile, introduced its Opteron chip and Athlon 64 processor, helping launch low-cost, 64-bit computing by providing faster video encoding, better performance on complex applications like computer-assisted design, and a richer game environment. By the end of 2003, the Dow Jones Industrial Average had closed above 10,000 for the first time in 18 months, and the NASDAQ rose by more than 40% from its 2002 levels. Silicon Valley's market for initial public offerings, though improving, still looked anemic, with only 8 area companies selling shares to the public. Only 5 Silicon Valley companies had gone public in 2002. One huge IPO overshadowed all others in 2004. Google, the Mountain View-based search engine, had continued to increase users and add content since its founding 6 years previous. The company said it had revenues of $961.9 million in 2003, compared with $238 million for rival Yahoo, with sales rising 177% from 2002. Google by now had become so popular that its name was commonly used as a verb, to Google. When the company made its initial public offering in August, the cost per share was $85. The sale raised $1.67 billion and gave Google a market capitalization of more than $23 billion. The majority of Google's shares remained under Google's control, and many of its employees became instant paper millionaires. Digital music also became big business, changing the way consumers purchased their favorite tunes. The runaway success of Apple's iPod music player spawned a growing lineup of digital competitors. After its launch in 2003, Apple's iTunes online music store was said to have sold more than 100 million songs, allowing buyers to burn their own CDs and signaling the end of many big brick-and-mortar record stores. Internet diarists began attracting increasing attention as the web gave anyone with a computer a chance to have his or her opinions read. Merriam-Webster named blog the most looked-up word on its website in 2004. The number of web users overall increased to over 1 billion in 2005, growing to more than 17 million sites and topping the previous record of 16 million net sites set at the height of the dot-com boom in 2000. More small businesses were going online, and firms were making the most of online advertising. More people also were using new technology to place telephone calls over the internet using the Voice over Internet protocol. Skype, a leading company providing such services, was snapped up by eBay in September 2005 for $2.6 billion. And continuing advances in technology allowed cell phones to go beyond simply placing and receiving calls, expanding their uses to include photographs, video clips, games, and mapping. Individuals also increased their personal participation in this wired world by posting audio and later video messages on Apple's iPod players and other personal devices, launching a trend known as podcasting. Technology was paying big. Executives at Silicon Valley's top 150 companies raked in $2.6 billion in wages and other compensation in 2005, as reported by the San Jose Mercury News, which noted that memories of the tech bust were fading. Topping the list was Omid Kordestani, Senior Vice President of Worldwide Sales for Google, with $289 million in salary, stock options, and bonuses. Second was Terry Semel, Chairman and CEO at Yahoo, with $183 million, followed by Larry Ellison, Oracle's CEO, with $75 million. Internet entrepreneurship continued to bloom in 2006, with newer sites such as MySpace, Facebook, and YouTube achieving huge popularity, especially among younger web surfers. Facebook, headed by Mark Zuckerberg of Palo Alto, originally was developed as a social networking site for college students, but it had grown rapidly after opening itself up to anyone with an email address. Another social networking site, MySpace, allowed users to post blurbs about themselves and say who they'd like to meet, as well as offering links to the user's friends. By August 2006, it was doing such big business that Google signed a $900 million deal to become the exclusive search provider for MySpace. San Bruno-based YouTube, founded in 2005 by early PayPal employees Steve Chen, Chad Hurley, and Javed Karim, became the biggest deal. The site, where users post and share their own videos, saw such rapid growth in popularity that in October 2006, it was purchased by Google for $1.65 billion in Google stock. In the early months of 2007, the San Jose Mercury News was proclaiming a wide-scale Silicon Valley rebound. Although 2,000 jobs had been lost there in the tech downturn, 50,000 jobs had been added since 2005, and total employment in the region was more than 1.2 million, nearing the approximately 1.4 million at the height of the boom. Home values continued to climb. Silicon Valley household income topped an estimated $81,000. The number of publicly traded companies in the valley did continue to shrink as acquisitions winnowed the field. For example, hard drive manufacturer Maxtor was bought by Seagate, while Siebel Systems was bought by Oracle, which announced it also would swallow up Hyperion Systems. But the valley's power to generate new startup companies and new technologies remained unabated. A study conducted at the University of California, Santa Cruz, found that the creation of startups was accelerating, and a study for the U.S. Small Business Administration pointed out that entrepreneurship was higher after the dot-com bust in Silicon Valley than during the boom period. We caught up with a serial entrepreneur in 2010, Kevin Surace, who was the CEO of Sirius Energy at the time. Here's what he told the Historical Association.
I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've done a number of startups and been with some larger companies as well. I love the startup scene. I came to the Valley in '85. I'm actually an IT guy. I'm a double E. I ran software companies and hardware companies. I've got patents in voice user interface design. So I would tell you there's no better place in the world to do this than Silicon Valley. Look, there's always been these competitors to Silicon Valley. RTP tried to do it, Raleigh. for a long time, failed miserably. Arguably Austin didn't work. Boston, of course, they had Route 128 for a while. Used to go out there all the time. Didn't work. We have a very unique combination here. I mean, you have Stanford University, you have incredibly bright people. People are attracted to this area because of the incredibly bright people. Your neighbor is going to work at a tech company. You can actually have really great conversations with him or her. So you have the legal capabilities here, you have the technical capabilities here, you have the bright people, you have incredible resources on the university side, Berkeley, Stanford, Santa Clara, others. And then you have all the VCs that built up around that for 30 years. So the money's here. So the money's here, the people are here, the legal resources. There's nowhere else you can do this but Silicon Valley. And I've been all over the world, I've been all over the country, I've heard this thing for years and years. But if you're going to start anything that is advanced, even if it's building technology, this is where you'd want to do it, because you have no chance of doing this anyplace else.
In 2001, Carol Bartz, then CEO of the computer-aided design company Autodesk, put the dot-com era in perspective.
What is the best collaboration tool in the world? The internet. So now, great software has to go behind that. I mean, it's just not an email system. There has to be all kinds of security and notification and hosting of information and real application. So where everybody gets so overwrought now about, the internet was sort of this boom bust situation, we're talking about phase one. I mean, we're talking about the beginning of many steps in this journey. And the first step, I think, showed us some of the possibility, but now we have to actually make it work. The internet just allows amazing collaboration. So the idea of online design, the idea of 24-hour around the world, I'm designing, I'm going to sleep now, Asia's waking up, I'll pass my designs on. The idea of being able to take content from other vendors that you can easily find with the internet. I mean, 80% of any building or part is bought content. So you buy the windows, you buy the doorknobs. Certainly somebody will make them, but you don't design them from the ground up. You just add them to your machine or your structure. So being able to use the internet for content, for commerce, to buy the stuff, and just the whole communication area. Because again, to get a great building built, it's a lot of communication. Who's doing what when, timelines, when are supplies arriving, when does something need to go out for a bid. So it's a natural area of collaboration. So we're in the beginning of phase two, and in our market, what an exciting time, because our customers see real benefits. And now, of course, we have to deliver on that promise and get the early adopters to really prove that they know how to use this and all that sort of thing. But it's the beginning of a whole new era. I personally don't know what I did before the internet. I can't remember how I got my information, how tedious that would have been. Now you go to a website, you find what you need, and it's there.
Big or small, Silicon Valley was back. Join us next time to find out how Silicon Valley's attitudes about failure make the culture unique from the rest of the world. Lecture 8, The Unique Culture of Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley has evolved to be the most risk-friendly place on the planet. The Silicon Valley Historical Association has been studying the Valley's entrepreneurs during the last 30 years. And what I'd like to do today is to share some of their experiences and attitudes about risk and failure. From an entrepreneur's perspective, it all started with Leland Stanford more than 100 years ago. Stanford was, by nature, a serial entrepreneur, a person who had the entrepreneurial spirit in his blood and was not afraid to take risks. Stanford became adept at leapfrogging. By leapfrogging, I mean that he didn't feel constrained to follow the normal paths to success. As you'll see, to be a successful leapfrogger, you need great timing and opportunity. Leland Stanford didn't attend college for very long. He managed to qualify as an attorney by working as a law clerk in the frontier town of Port Washington, Wisconsin. Later, as a merchant selling supplies to miners in Michigan City, California, he managed to convince the county's Board of Supervisors to appoint him Justice of the Peace for the little town. With the title of Judge Leland Stanford, he ran for governor of California in 1862 and won. This may not set a good example for young people considering higher education, but Leland Stanford skipped college and still forged a professional path for himself, from attorney to judge to governor. But as we know, the story didn't end there. Stanford made his initial fortune by being at the right place at the right time. He had controlling interest in the closed gold mine because of the debt his store had extended. When a manager of the mine wanted to keep looking for gold, Stanford wrote up a revenue-sharing agreement, and when the mine struck it rich, Stanford became very wealthy. Then in 1861, an entrepreneurial opportunity presented itself in the form of the Union Pacific Railroad. Using his governorship as a springboard, Stanford struck a deal with fellow Republican Abe Lincoln, and with the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad, Leland Stanford became the richest man on the West Coast. With his unorthodox approach to success and his ability to sniff out and seize opportunities, Leland Stanford became a role model for generations of Silicon Valley entrepreneurs. Above all, he gave them an exemplar of someone who was not afraid to fail. Most entrepreneurs would agree that success is often a result of timing. Without a window of opportunity, it would be nearly impossible for a Steve Jobs, Larry Ellison, or Leland Stanford to obtain riches and greatness. Each of these entrepreneurs took advantage of the opportunities when they presented themselves. Roland DeWolk is the author of American Disruptor: The Scandalous Life of Leland Stanford. DeWolk talks about Leland Stanford's legacy.
There would be no Silicon Valley here today if not for Leland Stanford back then. He started Stanford University, and from that start, he wanted it as a trade school, a place that concentrated on mechanical arts, not liberal ones, which he more or less disdained. Now, that legacy went on for another generation after his death and led to Frederick Terman, to the Varian brothers, Hewlett-Packard, Robert Noyce, and yes, Larry Page and Sergey Brin. Stanford University is the birthplace, the incubator, and the heart of Silicon Valley, and it would not be without Leland Stanford.
But some places just seem to generate more opportunities than others. And for the world of high tech, the university that Leland Stanford founded was a hotbed of opportunities and ideas. Not all of the entrepreneurs that we'll hear from in this lecture came from Stanford University, but they will all confess that they couldn't have accomplished what they did in any place other than Silicon Valley. For most aspiring entrepreneurs, the Valley can offer financing and support services. For everyone, the Valley offers an entrepreneurial attitude that praises those who take risks. Scott Cook, the co-founder of Intuit, made this point in a 1994 interview with the Historical Association.
I'd break the inspiration to keep going into two sections. Up front, the inspiration to kind of start it, try it, give it a chance, and work it. Clearly being in an environment where other people were starting companies and where there were successful track records around you helped you feel that you could do it too. That it wasn't weird, in fact, it was normal. So I know I never would have done something like this if I had been located in a more traditional environment.
And yet, even in a place like Silicon Valley, where innovation and role models abound, the road to success is often very bumpy. Let's listen to more of Scott Cook's story about the origins of Intuit. If you have ever struggled to start a business, you'll identify with Cook.
Once I got the business underway, or at least the development started, and then when we absolutely ran out of all the money we could find, and we went through the dark days when we had no money and couldn't pay salaries, frankly, there's one thing that kept me going, and that was fear of having to pay off all the debts through honest work. The amount of debts I'd run up, and I'd taken money, equity money from these two investors, two private individuals, that I felt honor bound to pay back, even though it was equity, not debt. And I added all that up, and it would have been 10 years of work with no vacation and no savings, all the money that I made going to the people who'd invested or loaned me money. And just the fear of having to pay off and work for 10 years with nothing kept me going, because closing up shop would have meant I had no way to pay them off. So I kept going, hoping to find some way to get the business to turn around and turn profitable so I could get this debt overhang off me. So frankly, it was fear as opposed to any great support that kept me going.
Over time, of course, Scott Cook turned things around. And looking back over his career, the good times and the bad, he offered some nuggets of advice to would-be entrepreneurs.
Well, the first piece of advice would be don't quit your day job. I quit my day job much too early, and with that goes your financial inflow. So keep working your day job as long as you can. Start the business and run the business on the side for as long as you can. You're going to need that financial support. Another piece of advice would be know the customer. The one thing we did right, among all the things we did wrong when we started the company, the one thing we did right was we knew the customer far better than any of the other companies out there. And so we had a product that was just vastly preferred by customers than any of the competitors. That was the key thing we did right, and that's what worked for us.
Ironically, it's very likely that because Scott Cook didn't get any venture capital firms to invest, he was able to keep a larger share of Intuit. Today, he's a billionaire. Charles Trimble always wanted to be an entrepreneur, and after working for 14 years at Hewlett-Packard, he was looking for a new opportunity. HP had been spending a lot of money doing research on global positioning and satellite navigation. Even though it wasn't his project, Trimble jumped at the chance to start his own company. Here's Trimble from a 1995 interview.
So actually I took the opportunity of taking a canceled project and using that as a basis for starting a company. Well, HP was interested in looking at the navigation market. So there were 4 of us that paid $50,000 for about 50 boxes of stuff and left HP to set up shop in the old theater building in Los Altos. Actually, we had 1,000 square feet of space on the 2nd floor. I thought I knew what it meant to have stress and a heavy workload while I was at HP, but I really had no idea, because once you start a business, your ego gets totally wrapped up into it, and failure no longer becomes an option. Now, that doesn't mean that the path you're on might not lead into flames, and often it will, but it means that you've got to see far enough ahead to realize that that's happening and take the resources that you have and move on to a plane where you can compete and be successful. So it's a process that you go through, that you learn how to shed stress, because there's no way that a human being could ever continue to increase the levels that you're going to have to go through if you do this. But some of the hardest times were sitting in an office, and we all had the old 5-button phones, and all 10 of us, you could hear every telephone in the building ring. You have to enjoy the journey, because most of what you're doing is the journey. I ran out of money 3 times along the path. We were fortunate in some regards to have built this on a bootstrap philosophy, and we didn't carry a heavy overhead that you might have carried if we had been venture financed. But I didn't get my first real money until actually it was 1984.
In 2019, Trimble Incorporated employed over 8,000 people worldwide. A much larger company, Oracle Corporation, employs over 137,000 people worldwide. The founder, Larry Ellison, told us how Oracle was started.
When Oracle was formed in 1977, venture capitalists wouldn't spend a dime investing in software. And in fact, I can recall talking to a couple of venture capitalists, and in fact, I can recall not talking to a couple of venture capitalists. I was left waiting in their anterooms, and when they heard the investment was about software, they wouldn't even see me. In fact, their receptionist would search my briefcase before I left to make sure I hadn't taken a current copy of Business Week with me as I left the room. But Oracle started without a dime of venture capital. I put in $1,200. The other 2 guys put in $400 each. And with that $2,000, we started Oracle.
Scott Cook and Larry Ellison are 2 examples of entrepreneurs being creative to get their companies going. Here's one of my other favorite stories from Nolan Bushnell, founder of Atari.
There was a tremendous amount of libertarianism, of new wave thinking, and just plain anti-establishment. A lot of times we were trying to rethink the corporation, and because it was just normal to think that the corporation as it currently existed was not appropriate for today's world. You know, this devolution, how do you devolve and create something new? Because we kind of knew that we weren't, there was this feeling that we were play acting a little bit. Like, I can remember we had done our designs, and we sent the designs out to a cabinet maker and to a silkscreen vendor and all that. And then finally the stuff had come in, and you put it together. And I can remember looking at it and saying to one of my friends, this looks like it came from a real company, which meant in my mind's eye that we weren't real company. We were just kind of creating this sham, this sort of simulation of a company, but we really weren't. And if we could keep up the facade long enough, maybe we could get successful. Do you know what I mean? It looks like it came from a real company, because we knew we were too young. I mean, we weren't supposed to be successful at this age. We weren't supposed to be able to grow a multi-million-dollar company without cash. All these things were sort of violating the rules somehow. And so therefore, there was this feeling in the back of our mind that we were play acting, getting away with something, maybe.
Before founding Apple, Steve Jobs once worked at Atari's anti-establishment company. He views failure very logically.
The entrepreneurial risk culture has a lot to do with role models, starting off with Hewlett and Packard, and models of engineers that started companies, models of marketing people that started companies, and even some spectacular failures. Some of the failures are as widely discussed as the successes. And even the failures, people are admired for trying. And I think they pick themselves up, dust themselves off, and go get a job. Maybe they don't own the company, maybe they're not a founder of the next company, but they've got a really good job, and there's no real chance that they'll end up destitute. Most people never pick up the phone and call. Most people never ask, and that's what separates sometimes the people that do things from the people that just dream about them. You got to act, and you've got to be willing to fail. You've got to be willing to crash and burn. With people on the phone, with starting a company, with whatever. If you're afraid of failing, you won't get very far.
If you're a risk taker, an entrepreneur, then you know the fear of failure quite well. There's a certain adrenaline rush in taking a gamble. But if you add other people and their careers to the gamble, the fear of failure becomes much greater. Always remember that the people who join risk takers are often risk takers themselves, but maybe they can't risk more than a few weeks of salary. In the early years of the computer graphics company NVIDIA, founder Chris Malachowski felt that responsibility deeply.
One of the interesting aspects of being in Silicon Valley is the presumption, dot-com boom or otherwise, the presumption that this is where you can do something on your own. This is where you could start a company. This is where you could have a success. And if you're in technology, this is the place you'd want to be. So when the opportunity arose to go start a company with my partners, it didn't feel risky. I mean, we were well-trained, well-respected, highly experienced guys. I'd get a job tomorrow if I had, being the number of jobs that were available locally, you were not like going to be unemployed for a long period of time. The unemployment came with starting the company because we didn't get a salary for 6 months or something, 8 months. But did I ever feel my family was at risk because I wouldn't find a job, that I'd be left on the street? No, and that's kind of the beauty of being in this area. And the other part of it is no one would fault you for going to try something. So there wasn't even a stigma attached with maybe trying and failing. I think the only stigma would come as if you were a serial attempter and fail it, and just kept failing. Then you'd question your judgment. But to go try, I don't think there's any stigma attached, not in this area, and that's kind of the beauty of it.
That's the second time we've heard about not being able to draw a salary during the early part of your startup. One solution is to keep your other job as long as you can. But even then, there's a trade-off of spending most of your time working for someone else, and probably not very energetically, or wholeheartedly spending most of your time on your dream. One of the things that's unique about Silicon Valley is that failure is accepted. It's part of the process. It's not seen as a black mark. It doesn't end your career, and it certainly doesn't end your ability to be an entrepreneur. So if you were to imagine creating another place like Silicon Valley from the ground up, you'd have to have this system where failure is forgiven, because many times the entrepreneurs try 2, 3, 4 times before they're successful. And that's part of the culture of risk. It's part of what makes successful innovation possible. And if you miss that part, if you don't have the forgiveness of failure as part of the mix of entrepreneurship, you're never going to replicate Silicon Valley. Carol Dweck is a Stanford professor and the best-selling author of Mindset, The New Psychology of Success. When the Historical Association interviewed Dweck in 2008, this is what she told us.
The Silicon Valley founders are not afraid to fail. That is a key characteristic of the growth mindset. In fact, they say that when they fail, they're learning to succeed. They're gaining the experience that they need for their ultimate success.
John Seeley Brown, the chief scientist at fabled Xerox PARC, makes a similar point from a scientist's point of view.
In Silicon Valley, each of us is willing to take the risk of failing. Because if you think about it, real learning often comes from failures. And a failure is not a stigma.
And then there's Kevin Surace, who was named Entrepreneur of the Year by Inc. magazine in 2009. When the Historical Association interviewed him in 2011, here's what he had to say about risk and failure.
If you want to have disruptive innovation, you're going to take big risks, which means you're risking your company and you're risking failure. And you will, by the very nature of what I just said, have to fail sometimes. I failed. We failed here. I mean, there's products that we tried to bring to market, we looked at, we got the timing wrong in the market. Product worked, got the timing wrong. I mean, we worked really hard on this product called EcoRock, and by the time we were done, the market for new construction had died. Fortunately, we stopped and didn't build a plant. We stopped early, which is smart. So I think we call it smart failure, because you want to take then your resources and put them on other things. But of course we fail. We still fail every day here. We don't win every account, and a lot of the technologies we try to do, not all of them make it, but 20 or 30% do, and they're highly disruptive. And you've got to bring disruptive innovation to these spaces. It cannot be innovation for innovation's sake. Innovation is, today I make white tablecloths and tomorrow I make pink tablecloths. It's innovative. Probably not going to change the buying patterns of everybody out there. Disruptive innovation would be making a table that has a built-in tablecloth that never needs cleaning. I don't know that there's such a thing, but you get the idea. That'd truly disrupt the tablecloth market because it would never need a tablecloth. Well, that'd be a problem if you're making tablecloths. So you want things that disrupt these markets. And so we look for technologies and techniques that even we look at each other and say, I don't know if this can be done. And give you an example. We make a product called Quiet Rock. And Quiet Rock is a laminated product that had paper in the middle, that you take some boards that had paper around them, put them together and put viscoelastic polymers in. Well, having that paper in the middle meant that when you scored and snapped, when a subcontractor scored to snap it, it wouldn't score and snap easily at all. It's very hard to score and snap. Well, to a contractor that's used to doing that, this is a pain. In fact, they don't want to use your product. So we knew that that was a problem. Didn't know the solution was a problem. What would happen if we could eliminate the paper in the middle? Well, so we went to work and we sat down. It took us 3 years. And I got to tell you, the project got canceled twice here. Got actually canceled twice. And I personally got back involved, went into the lab, and helped get it finished myself. Didn't finish it myself, but helped get it finished myself. Could not stand not getting that out because it would be so disruptive. And when we finally introduced it, within months it became our top-selling product because it had no paper in the middle, and you could just score and snap it, and it snaps just perfectly for the subcontractor. We listened to their problem, and we fixed it. Now, the industry said, and we have a slew of patents around this, said there's no way to make a board with no paper in the middle. It's not possible. It's never been done. It could never. And so much so that when we came out with it, some competitors wrote to our dealers and said, don't believe them. It can't be done. It's impossible. They didn't know the dealers had it in stock and were selling it at that moment. So, of course, they looked silly saying this. But that's an idea of disruptive innovation. We listened to the customers. We came up with some methods. We applied for the patents. And we did something that the entire industry said it's impossible to do. We developed all the manufacturing line, the manufacturing equipment, the processing, different chemical methodologies to make these things hold together when they're apart. And I love that. I live for disruptive innovation. The Valley is the place you're going to do that.
Disruptive innovation. Rewrite the rules of an entire industry with a superior product. But to make that superior product, you have to take risks. David Lamb, the founder of Lamb Research, talks about failure during a 1995 interview.
In Silicon Valley, there's a different mindset altogether, and that is failing in business is not necessarily as bad as it seems. In other words, if you really try very hard and you didn't make it, I don't think the statement was really that bad. I think people would accept that. Well, you didn't make it. But the important thing is that you're able to essentially not to be deterred by a failure, but rather be able to learn from that experience and get up and run again. I think that's very important. That perhaps differentiates Silicon Valley from a lot of other places, where not only that you have entrepreneurial drive is there, but also the acceptance of risks and the acceptance of failure is quite apparent.
It's so much easier to start a new venture in a cultural climate that supports you. Let's take some advice about risk from the undisputed master of disruptive innovation, Steve Jobs, before we go.
We said, we have absolutely nothing to lose. I was 20 years old at the time. Woz was 24 or 5. So we have nothing to lose. I mean, we have no families, no children, no houses. Woz had an old car. I had a Volkswagen van. I mean, all we were going to lose is our cars and the shirts off our back. We had nothing to lose, and we had everything to gain. And we figured, even if we crash and burn and lose everything, the experience will have been worth 10 times the cost. So what did we have to lose? There was no risk. And that's, I think that's a very healthy way to look at it. Some people say, well, you could have gone to college and been a lawyer. Well, you're right, but you can go to college and be a lawyer when you're 25. And there's nothing that stops you from doing that. The only thing you really have in your life is time. And if you invest that time in yourself to have great experiences that are going to enrich you, then you can't possibly lose. So I always advise people, don't wait. Do something when you're young, when you have nothing to lose, and keep that in mind. And I think that's the best way.
That's great advice for the next generation of entrepreneurs. Join me next time as we examine how Silicon Valley history compares with the European Renaissance. Lecture 9, Silicon Valley and the Spirit of the Renaissance. Imagine living in a medieval village before the printing press. In the center of the village is a large oak tree. Sometimes, announcements are written by hand and nailed to the tree. If you want to read what's on the paper, you probably have to find someone who's literate and pay them. The literate villagers are usually the scribes or priests. There are not many reasons to learn how to read unless you want to be a scribe or a priest. The right technology can advance civilization to greatness. When Johannes Gutenberg from Mainz, Germany, invented his printing press in 1439, he unleashed a new technology that would change Western civilization. Before the printing press, many areas in Europe had a literacy rate of less than 5%. 300 years after the introduction of small, affordable printed books, the literacy rate rose, in some countries, to over 80%. Gutenberg's invention was a critical element of the European Renaissance, a period of incredible intellectual and cultural ferment that ran from roughly the 14th to the 17th century. And though history never repeats itself exactly, I find many parallels between the energy and creativity of the Renaissance and the innovations that have been coming out of Silicon Valley over the past 100 years. When I bought my first personal computer in 1988, for example, I was immediately struck by the similarities to Gutenberg's technology. The computer unleashed a power to write, save, spell check, and proof without ever printing a single page of paper. This was a quantum leap in writing and editing. In the late 20th century, Gutenberg was long gone, but Steve Jobs, Steve Wozniak, Gordon Moore, and 100 other players in this technology revolution were still alive and working in Silicon Valley. In this lecture, we're going to show parallels between the European Renaissance and the technology that has come out of Silicon Valley. And to help me in the presentation, I'm going to draw on the interviews conducted by the Silicon Valley Historical Association, because many of the thought leaders and entrepreneurs the association has spoken with have themselves traced connections between the Renaissance and the past several decades in the Valley. For example, Lee Weimers, Dean of Bay Area Journalists, commented,
"When future historians come to write about this area, is going to be compared to Italy at the time of the Renaissance, because what happened there, of course, is developments in social networks, in art, in business, in finance, in opening up people's lives that truly changed the world at the time. The world did business in a different way, got along in a different way. The world saw itself in a different way following that Renaissance. And over the past 40, 50 years here in this valley, exactly the same thing has happened. We've developed the technologies here that have truly transformed the world from a purely local economy into a global economy, into a global communications network. The internet has linked people all around the world. We think differently, we speak differently, we communicate differently, and that's a big renaissance as well. I think that's the way history is going to judge what's happened here."
Lisa Jardine was a professor of Renaissance studies at the Queen Mary University in London. Lisa understood the relationship between Renaissance technology and the blossoming of Florence. She's the author of Worldly Goods, A New History of the Renaissance. The Historical Association interviewed Dr. Jardine in her London flat in 1999.
Fundamentally, the Renaissance was an entrepreneurial movement, so that at root, Silicon Valley today and the Medici blossoming of trade in the 15th century are exactly analogous. The Renaissance was a period in which a group of alert bankers, inventors, traders, entrepreneurs developed new ways of marketing, publicizing, globally trading their merchandise. And people who had begun as merchants rapidly turned into princes.
Gutenberg was an inventor, entrepreneur, and businessman. His invention led the way to mass communications. This would become a precursor to wide literacy through the publishing of small, affordable books. Charles Geschke is the co-founder of Adobe Systems. He and John Warnock left Xerox PARC in Palo Alto to follow their entrepreneurial dream. Adobe Systems has provided us with PostScript, an open-source software that allows almost any device to translate the images and words on your computer screen to a printer. Adobe has also provided many other advances in technology, including Photoshop and Acrobat. We interviewed both Geschke and Warnock at their Adobe offices in 2000. This is what Charles Geschke told us.
Look at the incredible impact of the printing press in the 14th and 15th century in terms of basically overthrowing both economic, social, and political systems. And frankly, I think the internet's going to have an even more pervasive invasion.
Adobe co-founder John Warnock underscored Geschke's point by summarizing a few of Adobe's contributions to the communications revolution.
The best way to think about Adobe's impact on the publishing markets is you now see many, many more magazines on the newsstands than you did even 10 years ago. They've proliferated to every specialty area like cigars and fine art and automobiles and just a proliferation, tattoos, every conceivable subject. You see a proliferation of ads, you see a proliferation of catalogs, you see a proliferation of all kinds of printed media in terms of books and self-published books. Almost every printed piece of material, one way or another, goes through a piece of Adobe technology. In addition to that, every website that's being built today is based on Adobe uses Adobe technology. Every movie, every average commercial on a TV, sort of all the media uses pieces of our technology to represent how they want things to look visually. So this core invention of this device-independent graphics has had very strong and pervasive impact into almost all media types over the last 15 to 18 years.
Speaking to us in 1994, Scott Cook, co-founder of Intuit, looked back to the Renaissance to find a similar revolution in communications technology.
There are certain periods in history where we look back and see major change and great development coming forth. Typically, the pattern is that there was some invention in science or technology. And then a few decades later, 20 to 50 years later, that invention was turned into a fundamental innovation that reshaped our lives. You can see that in the Renaissance period when there was a sudden opening of knowledge coming in from the Arab world, and many things came in from the Arab world, including paper, which had originally been invented in China. And society accelerated in progress after paper was introduced in the West. People give Gutenberg the credit for inventing printing. But it was really 50 years later, roughly, a guy in Italy named Aldus who really invented publishing as we know it. He collected a series of innovations, including printing, including getting content out of the ancient Greek and Roman masters, including a more compressed type font so he could make an affordable-sized book, and then he invented book distribution, and that invented publishing as we know it today.
The publishing of small, affordable books was as earth-shattering as the invention of the Internet. Here's why. If you could learn how to read, then you could improve your skills by buying a book. For example, if you lived in Seville, Spain, and needed to build a canal, you could travel to Constantinople and learn canal building from the world's master canal builder. But that would entail great cost to make the journey. Or you could buy the canal master's book. Every technique that you would need to build the canal was in the book. That was a giant leap forward in communications. Today, when you need to learn how to fix something, you probably go to YouTube. That's another giant leap forward. Gutenberg's innovations in printing gave rise to the newspaper, which would be published near universities throughout Europe. With daily or weekly newspapers available, there was an added reason to learn how to read. The pronouncements of the village oak tree slowly faded in importance. Looking ahead from the vantage of 1994, Scott Cook predicted changes as profound as the rise of affordable books and newspapers.
I think it could well be that the technologies that were invented in the 70s, the microprocessor, modem, glass fiber, will by the year 2000 or so have created such momentum in terms of fundamental innovation that in fact our lives really will be reshaped. We probably won't see all of those innovations for at least another 15 or 20 years. And in fact, maybe even the largest, most important ones have yet to emerge. But we might be at the footsteps of the foothills of another huge event for the world.
Federico Faggin is the co-inventor of the microprocessor, a fundamental component of the personal computer. Here's Faggin's opinion of the Renaissance and Silicon Valley.
I think there is a renaissance going on here, and it has been going on for a number of years. I also believe that it will continue to go on for a number of years. What is happening in the Valley is that you have, in a sense, the best and the brightest technical minds of the world. They congregate here. They come here from all over Europe, from all over the Far East, from all over India, and you name it, and the Americas. And they find people like themselves. They find an environment which is really very receptive to this energy and this vitality that they bring. And they create unique things. And this has not been going on just in microelectronics, but look at the biotechnology, for example, area, which also has a cradle here with Genentech starting the business in computer industry. Yes, that's a byproduct of microelectronics, but by and large, it's a different area. And the other one is peripheral equipments like disk drives and things of that sort. Medical equipment. There are several medical equipment companies around here, and so on. The art form today is no longer painting or sculpture, but it is creating ideas and patterns.
Ken Oshman was a founder of Rohm Corporation, which built rugged computers for the U.S. military. He, too, saw similarities between Renaissance Europe and Silicon Valley.
I think the parallels between the Renaissance period and Silicon Valley are striking. And the power of ideas and technology to change the world is just amazing. And I think the similarities are very striking. After World War II, there was a real revolution in the rate at which technology was developing, in part because of World War II. And Silicon Valley was a place where people just went on and tried to use that. And then it grew on itself. And I think the similarities are very striking.
Carol Dweck, the best-selling author of Mindset, The New Psychology of Success, gives Oshman's perspective an interesting twist.
I've read a fair amount about the Renaissance period in Italy. And what I've learned is that a new view of human potential emerged during this period, a view that people could make themselves into things they hadn't been before, could invent themselves in new ways or develop themselves in new ways. And that's a growth mindset. That's exactly what's happening in Silicon Valley. People thinking, I can create myself in new ways, I can create things in new ways. And this just unleashes a period of unprecedented creativity and growth.
The Silicon Valley Historical Association asked Secretary of Defense Bill Perry in 1995 if he had any comments about using the word Renaissance in connection with the Valley. Here's what he had to say.
The part of it which I have seen as a Renaissance has occurred in the last 50 years. It's certainly true that there were technical developments earlier than that, but the most dramatic have occurred since the Second World War. And they resulted, in my opinion, from the pioneering efforts of Dean Terman to build Stanford up as a world-class technical university and to attract the electronics industry to this area. Those two actions which he took have stimulated a renaissance in this area for which there's really no comparison anywhere in the world. All that's happened in the last 50 years. I think that it is perhaps the most significant renaissance that's ever occurred in the history of science. It has happened very fast simply because the technologies that are being developed here have moved forward with almost breakneck speed. But the profound impact they're having on technology, I can't think of any other comparable change anywhere in the history of the world. And this technology, it's not just a change in technology, it's changing the way we live, the way we work, the way we think, the way we communicate. So it is not only a technology renaissance, it is a renaissance in the broadest sense of the word, and it's happened right here.
I think that most people think of the Renaissance as sculptures and art. And certainly, Renaissance figures like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo are known mostly for their art. But an artist who produces any significant amount of work needs patronage. They need a person or organization that is willing to support the works in progress. One can't sculpt the great statue of David or paint the Sistine Chapel without someone paying the bills. I asked Renaissance history expert Lisa Jardine about this.
We tend to think of the Renaissance as being great works of art, great canvases, great sculpture, great buildings, but that was the spin-off of the Renaissance. Those were the enduring artifacts in the realm of culture. The people who bought or commissioned or invested in those elegant and beautiful objects had made their money at the intersection of a bunch of new technologies. Printing being the most obvious one. Printing transformed marketing. It also transformed commerce. Before printing, you couldn't know, except by word of mouth, what the cost of pepper was in the Moluccas Islands and in Lisbon and in Amsterdam. After printing, you could have a single sheet price list carried from one place to the other in a matter of weeks.
And I think you'll be interested to know why this period in history was called the Renaissance.
Well, I'm afraid Renaissance means rebirth. It really meant the rebirth of the intellectual equipment. Actually, it was a marketing ploy all of its own. It wasn't a rebirth, it was a development, just like any of these things are. The term Renaissance was not actually used at this period comfortably until the 19th century. It was a 19th century invention. In the period, it was the key discoveries, the compass, gunpowder, and the printing press, which fueled the Renaissance. So the Renaissance really was, it was just like the high-tech revolution today. As far as I'm concerned, the two were uncannily similar. And it is to turn the Renaissance on its head to suggest that it was the art, the recovery of classical antiquity that led the Renaissance. Those were the luxury things that followed the Renaissance. Just the way that Seattle art, the Renaissance of painting and plastic arts in North America now, the global interest in culture, drama, film, and so on, are accompaniments of the high-tech revolution and the new millionaires, billionaires. They aren't the revolution itself.
Jardine mentions gunpowder in the Renaissance, and that's worth remarking on. In the medieval period, power was often based on who hired the most mercenaries. The mercenaries were trained as armored knights, and if you were a farmer, you probably wouldn't stand a chance against an armored knight. If your local lord thought that he might meet with resistance collecting taxes, he might very well send a knight. But with the introduction of gunpowder, the threat to the powers of the monarchy was almost immediate. A farmer with a gun could defeat an armored knight. That's an example from the Renaissance, where technological innovation really changed the world. Another example would be the magnetic compass, which wasn't invented in the Renaissance, But this was the period when it really came into its own as a navigational tool. And of course, improvements in navigation made the Renaissance a time of incredible new discoveries. The caravel, for example, was a new type of ship developed by the Portuguese in the 15th century, and the caravel was essential to the oceanic explorations of Christopher Columbus, Amerigo Vespucci, and many others. So, we shouldn't think only about the flourishing of art when we think of the Renaissance. We should also think of it as a time of scientific and technological advance, just as we do when we think of Silicon Valley. The same spirit that carried Columbus to the New World also made the Valley a place of firsts. San Francisco, for example, was the first city in the United States to have a central generating station in 1879. This allowed the residents and businesses in San Francisco to use electricity in their houses or places of work. The television was also invented there by Philo Farnsworth. Down the peninsula from San Francisco, many important electronic inventions would take place during the next 140 years. Among those inventions are long-distance high-voltage transmission, the amplifying vacuum tube, the first commercial radio broadcast, long-distance continuous-wave radio transmissions, the klystron tube and microwave radar, the X-ray microscope, programmable handheld calculators, videotapes and VCRs, and linear accelerators for particle physics research. Other innovations include swept-back aircraft wings, random access computer storage, disk drives, integrated circuits, lasers, silicon gate arrays, microprocessors, light-emitting diodes, personal computers, open-heart surgery, inkjet printing, high-resolution aerial photography, spacecraft heat shields, and gene cloning and splicing. Then there's video games, prodigious advances in artificial limbs and sensory aids, robotics, genetic engineering, satellite technology, 3D computing, and a host of other wonders. Did I mention Google or Facebook? But you get the point, I'm sure. The Renaissance was a time of explosive and world-changing innovation and discovery. The same holds true of Silicon Valley. Let's revisit Renaissance expert Lisa Jardine.
I think there are direct parallels between the speed with which personal computers have spread within the literate community and then the way in which the web has connected PC users within that same community and the spread of the book. Both were extraordinarily fast. Now, obviously, the book took 50 years, but it's only 50 years. You know, in a period when a cathedral took 150 years to build, or St. Paul's Cathedral took 40 years to build, in 50 years, the book went from a simple single-sheet print to runs of books in the region of 1,000 to 4,000, distributed just the way they'd be distributed today. The equivalent today is that in a matter of a year, the internet became the communication resource of the middle classes globally. We've just speeded up. So the net has connected people, literate people, at speed, unexpectedly fast, the way that the book did in the 15th century.
Now, I think Professor Jardine is spot on in making these connections. But it is important to note that not everyone we've interviewed agreed with the Renaissance parallel. One notable dissenter, in fact, was none other than Steve Jobs. Here's his opinion.
It's an incredible place. When you look back at the end of the century, I'm sure that people will feel of the 10 greatest inventions and discoveries of the century, 5 of them happened within 10 miles of here, 20 miles of here. Genetic engineering, the integrated circuit, the microprocessor, the personal computer. It's just amazing what this valley has done. All the work that I've done in my life will be obsolete by the time I'm 50. Apple II is obsolete now. Apple I's were obsolete many years ago. The Macintosh is on the verge of becoming obsolete in the next few years. This is a field where one does not write a Principia which holds up for 200 years. This is not a field where one paints a painting that will be looked at for centuries, or builds a church that will be admired and looked at in astonishment for centuries. No, this is a field where one does one's work, and in 10 years it's obsolete, and really will not be usable within 10 or 20 years. I mean, you can't go back and use an Apple I because there's no software for it. In another 10 years or so, you won't be able to use an Apple II. You won't be able to fire it up and see what it was like. So it's sort of like sediment of rocks. I mean, you're building up a mountain, and you get to contribute your little layer of sedimentary rock to make the mountain that much higher. But no one on the surface will unless they have X-ray vision, will see your sentiment. They'll stand on it. It'll be appreciated by that rare geologist, but no, it's not like the Renaissance at all. It's very different.
Jobs was a great visionary, and he was right about many things. In this case, I think that he couldn't envision himself as a Renaissance man. Lisa Jardine offers an excellent rebuttal.
Ever since I started thinking closely about the Renaissance and working on it, working through the details, sifting through the wonderful quantities of material that are left over from that period, it's been borne in on me on a daily basis how like today it was. That if we forget the romance of Leonardo sitting alone, painting the Mona Lisa, which incidentally never happened. He was employed by somebody to make ballistics installations, and he painted the odd painting on the side. Was much better known for ballistics and artillery inventions than for painting, just like Galileo was better known for his gun sights than for his telescope. As soon as we look at the tight relationship between an individual's being at the pulse point of inventiveness and progress in his community and the flowering of art and culture and so on around them, we realize that Galileo could be Damien Hirst, that Cosimo de' Medici could be Steve Jobs, that mankind has stayed pretty consistent over the ages, that ambition, a sharp mind, an eye for where the market is, a stronghold on who the people are that can make the key bits of technological equipment that you need to move the enterprise forward, plus a love of the consumer goods and a sense of taste in your community, what people like to buy and sell. All of that together makes a major entrepreneurial figure. And it doesn't matter whether they were born in 1450 or in 1970. They're fundamentally the same person.
The entrepreneurs who created Silicon Valley did it from their minds. They created millions of jobs. Electronics is the largest manufacturing sector in the United States. This came from nothing, out of the heads of these entrepreneurs. That's an extraordinary thing. 500 years from now, I think we're going to remember the electronics revolution. Just like we think of Gutenberg and his era as a time of cultural flourishing, the same will be true for the 20th century. What happened in Silicon Valley will be just as enduring as the achievements of the Renaissance. Lecture 10, Silicon Valley and the Future. When the 2008 financial collapse began, Silicon Valley continued at a steady pace for at least 6 months. But then the impact of the Great Recession was finally felt. The downturn didn't last long, however. Between 2010 and 2019, the Valley came back with a vengeance. Of course, no one can predict what the economy will look like years from now. But as I look around today, in the second half of 2019, unemployment is at an all-time low. Wages are high, new company formation is rapidly making up for lost time, and no one is talking about a slowdown. In fact, I'd say that the energy is greater than it was during the dot-com boom. Here are a few recent statistics about Silicon Valley that bear this out. There are more millionaires and billionaires in Silicon Valley than any other region on the planet. The average Valley home is worth over $1 million. About 2/3 of America's high-tech workers are in the Valley. Venture capital firms invest approximately $10 billion in Valley startups per year. And the average high-tech salary is $144,000 a year. In an interview with the Silicon Valley Historical Association, Dr. Annalee Saxenian, the dean of UC Berkeley's School of Information, put these statistics in historical perspective.
I came to the Bay Area in 1978 to do a master's degree at Berkeley, in fact, in city and regional planning, and I wanted to write a master's thesis. And I wanted to write a master's thesis actually about the Pacific Rim and the electronics industry in the Pacific Rim, and my advisor said, you can't do that. You have to write about something closer to home. And so I read an article in a magazine saying that San Jose was the fastest growing urban area in the country and decided to write a master's thesis about Silicon Valley. The funny thing about that is I published the master's thesis in 1980, and I argued that Silicon Valley would stop growing, that the cost of housing, the transportation congestion were so horrible that firms would no longer be able to afford to locate here. And if anything, they would locate headquarters here, but the rest of their growth and innovation would occur outside of the region. Of course, it turned out I was wrong.
At last count, There were over 88 technology parks around the world that have the word Silicon in their names. In addition, there are hundreds of technology and science parks, most connected to at least one university. As the adage goes, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. The idea that university research should be commercialized has taken decades to gain widespread acceptance. The idea that a university is an ivory tower still exists, of course, but the concept has been successfully challenged. There is no doubt that the attitudes in Silicon Valley encourage the marriage of commercial enterprises with academic research. In the beginning, the marriage was primarily in electronics, but now it has spilled over to genetics, communications, pharmaceuticals, energy, and medicine. In addition, because of the Valley's long-term growth and attitudes about risk, we've seen more and more serial entrepreneurs. In general, a conservative attitude is one that is cautious about innovation. I can tell you unequivocally that Silicon Valley is all about change. Cleaning up our air and oceans is prominent on the agenda of the Valley entrepreneurs. It may seem to many as if there is no hope in reversing climate change or the giant garbage patch of plastics in the Pacific Ocean. But if we were to bet on a solution, it won't come from our elected officials. It will most likely arrive as a bunch of new technologies. Silicon Valley provides an incubator for entrepreneurial startups, especially in emerging technologies. When the Historical Association asked Steve Jobs about his views on this incubator culture, he explained what makes it tick.
There is an entrepreneurial risk culture in the Valley that is as important to, it is as key of a reason why Silicon Valley exists as any other reason. I mean, the primary reasons are the entrepreneurial risk culture, the of which role models are a very big part. Second is the universities, Stanford and Berkeley. There wouldn't be a Silicon Valley if there weren't Stanford and Berkeley constantly bringing in human capital, which decides to stay here because it's so nice. And third, certainly for the number of companies that start, is the financial infrastructure as well. And then fourth is the beehive effect. You've got a lot of extraordinarily talented people, and the beehive effect says that it's a lot more efficient to have that talent and all those companies together. And let me give you an example. When you want to start a company, you need to hire some experienced people. You just can't hire people out of school most of the time. So you have to hire some experienced talent. Well, you're going to ask somebody to leave a job, maybe they have a family, and come to your place to work. Well, if your company's in Montana and they move their family and your company fails, there is not another company in Montana that they can go to work for most likely. So you're going to have to move again. As where if all you have to do is convince them to turn left instead of right down the road to go to work in the morning, but they keep their same house, their kids don't have to change school, etc. And if your company fails, well, they just go get a job another week at some other company. You're going to have a much higher probability of recruiting them. And so that's the beehive effect.
Jobs' comments go to the heart of what makes Silicon Valley a distinctive place to work. It's a culture that's all about meritocracy. The work that you do, the advancement that you make, and the wealth that you acquire is more about your knowledge and work ethic than about who you know or about your family's standing in society. As the CEO of SRI, Kurt Carlson, once told the Historical Association,
"The thing that I also so admire and love about Silicon Valley is it's, I think, the most egalitarian place in the world. Nobody really cares where you went to school, who your parents are, what your race or sex is. Not that those issues go away 100%, but here I find them to be more irrelevant than any other place on the planet. What people care about is, can you do the job? Are you passionate? Do you have great values? Can you commit to doing a great job? And, you know, those are really, in life, those are the values that ultimately only matter for anything. And it's just a privilege to be in a place like Silicon Valley where those attributes and human values are put up the flag and admired."
Carol Dweck, one of the world's leading researchers in the field of motivation, echoes Carlson when she talks about heading west to teach at Stanford.
Well, I've lived most of my life on the East Coast, and I love the East Coast. I'm very loyal in many ways, but there's more of a, I'm going to do my thing and I'm going to show that it's better than your thing, or I'm not going to collaborate with you because I want to succeed. I don't necessarily want you to succeed. You just don't have the sense that there is this mass collaboration. I also find that here, people in all walks of life and at all levels of affluence are in one big mix. It's not stratified. People collaborate across disciplines. You meet people you never would have come across ordinarily. It's really this very open society.
Lou Wolf, a major real estate developer in Silicon Valley and the owner of several professional sports teams, sees another cultural difference.
The thing I always say about Silicon Valley is, in the Midwest, maybe today it's changed, but when I was there, they would, if you had an idea, they want to know, well, where else has it been done? Silicon Valley is just the opposite. It isn't a place where you have to prove there's something that's been done in order to get somebody's attention. That's a huge jump, at least was for me.
So, what's the main takeaway from the voices we've heard so far? Well, if we reflect on the history of Silicon Valley, we see that it has evolved a unique combination of talent, mindset, and infrastructure that has literally changed the world through technological innovation. But in addition to looking backward at the Valley's history, we can also look forward. We can look to the future and ask, how might this unique place, this unique culture, impact the future? Does Silicon Valley's history support the hope that it can address the challenges we'll face tomorrow? Fred Hoare, an early Apple marketing guru, put these questions in historical context when the Historical Association spoke with him back in 1993.
I truly believe that we are on the cusp, potentially, of another golden age. You know, some crazy man can explode that, we know, and yet there's less chance for a crazy man to survive today. It was because of technology that the Romanian coup succeeded and the Russian coup did not. Because through technology, computers, faxes, all those things, the people kept informed all the time, which never happened before in history.
Kurt Carlson of SRI took Hoare's idea even further.
Well, I personally think this is the most exciting time in the history of science and technology. At SRI, we refer to it as a world of abundance, that there are opportunities in every major sector of technology and business. So the internet still is in its infancy. It's still too slow, it's not ubiquitous enough, and it's not secure enough. We basically have to reinvent the entire internet. That's an area of enormous excitement to us. Health is another area. We're making the transition from chemistry and physics to health and medical sciences being an information technology. We're about to completely turn medicine upside down, and the consequences for human health, longevity, are just profound. And an area that's close to everyone's heart today is energy. America is blessed with a surplus, actually, of energy. We have 400 or 500 years of coal. In Colorado and the oil sands, we have as much oil that we could extract as in Saudi Arabia. And of course, we have the sun. The problem is not energy, the problem is clean, affordable energy. And that comes back to the fact that in the energy technology world, innovations are blossoming, and we're entering a very different period of innovation in energy. And I'm sure eventually we're going to solve those problems too.
In referencing clean, affordable energy, Carlson points us to an area where the collaborative and innovative culture of Silicon Valley may have the greatest impact on our future. With the numerous challenges that the world is facing, none is more serious than global warming. It's a topic that has come up frequently in the interviews that the Historical Association has conducted over the past decade. Currently, you can't travel very far without burning fossil fuel, and many foods today are prepackaged in plastic. These things are damaging the environment. But there are plenty of entrepreneurs in Silicon Valley who are exploring ways to limit and even reverse that damage. For example, the Historical Association interviewed Stephen Kirsch, who is the inventor of the optical mouse and a true activist in helping to solve the world's global warming problem. Here's what he told us.
The biggest problem from a global perspective is global warming. And when you talk to the experts like Jim Hansen, they'll tell you that, well, the number one thing we have to do is eliminate coal. If we don't eliminate coal, then forget it. You're just rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. We'll go down. Because there's so much CO2 that's really bad that gets released when you burn coal, and we have so much coal that unless you put a lid on coal, all bets are off. And yet you have China still building coal plants. You have Germany, which has been an environmental leader, building coal plants. Gosh, gee, if we had something better already, then you'd say, okay, well, they should be using that. But clearly we don't, because Germany's building coal plants. If you're going to really attack global warming, you're going to need to create an economic incentive by having something that is not subsidized by the US government, because that would be too expensive, but a fundamental technology that would be cheaper than coal, that could be sited anywhere, that you could put a coal plant, and that would operate 24/7 and provide baseline power. Jim Hansen had come across this technology called the integral fast reactor, and this had been a project that had the government started in 1984 and continued for 10 years until Bill Clinton nixed it, saying that it wasn't necessary. He didn't say it didn't work. It didn't say it wasn't cost effective. He just said, no, we don't need this power.
So it's true. We can't count on politicians to be forward-looking. But there's a good chance that right now, in one of Silicon Valley's labs or garages or in a venture capitalist boardroom, the problem of global warming is being worked on. Silicon Valley is not only a place where an entrepreneur can get rich, it's also a place that can provide market-driven solutions to some of the biggest problems we face as a society. Vinod Khosla, co-founder of Sun Microsystems, is passionate about stopping global warming. He discussed this with the Historical Association during an interview.
My view of the Silicon Valley formula is very simple. You take the best scientists, the best technologists and entrepreneurs, give them the support system, the risk capital, and sort of a touch of greed. That mix, I call the innovation ecosystem, can solve almost any problem. The bigger the problem, the bigger the opportunity. Clean energy is a big problem, not only for us, but worldwide and for the planet as a whole. And the innovation ecosystem is best qualified to go address that problem. Generally, most people think solutions will come from the big companies, the Exxons and Saudi Aramcos of the world. Highly unlikely. IBM didn't bring the microprocessor into the computer business. They were a good follower. Verizon didn't bring internet voice over IP calls that made long distance calls free into the business ecosystem. The startups did. Others were good followers. So this kind of massive change doesn't happen from the top down. It happens from the bottom up, as I like to say, with the power of ideas fueled by entrepreneurial energy. That's the formula. It's a simple formula, and it seems to work in a lot of different areas. It succeeds many more times than it fails. It does fail once in a while.
Finding solutions to clean energy isn't only about solar panels and wind farms. Stephen Kirsch has been working to promote a potentially safe uranium energy source that had been discontinued.
One emits 100 times more radiation than the other one, and it's the coal plant that produces the radiation. So if you look at the safety record of nuclear, it's phenomenal compared to other technologies. And so here you can use the existing uranium that's already been mined, and you can power the country for 10,000 years and not have to mine any more uranium, but just use the existing uranium you got. You don't have to bury it at Yucca Mountain. You can reuse all of that material that you've already mined. And so it solves the nuclear waste problem, it solves the global warming problem, and also can solve the energy crisis, because if you have cheap electricity, then you can power your vehicles, transportation from the cheap electricity, or take the electricity, turn it into hydrogen, and power vehicles that way. So there are a lot of options if you've cracked the creating electrical power inexpensively. But, is anybody listening? And so it's very frustrating.
We're in a race against time to solve these man-made problems. However, for the first time in human history, we have in Silicon Valley a robust innovation ecosystem, as Khosla calls it. And on top of that, we have scientists around the world who can feed information and research into that ecosystem, with the possible outcome that entrepreneurs can develop new technologies to protect our planet from long-term threats. Serial entrepreneur and Stanford professor Brent Constance talks about two of those threats: sea level rise and ocean acidification.
In terms of sea level rise, there are huge economic consequences of that. A lot of that is probably inevitable, just even no matter what we do, the shrinking of the ice caps because of the positive feedback systems. Whether something catastrophic like a major jump in sea level is going to happen, we don't really know. But the thing that's most concerning isn't really all of that. It's really the acidification of the ocean. And recently we've learned that even in the midwater, because of the partial pressure of CO2 and respiration and things like that, the acidification in the mid-waters out in the pelagic realm is going to be much more than we previously estimated. That seems to be breaking down fisheries, fundamental fisheries and oxygen production. So we have to do everything we can do, but the world is going to change anyway. If we don't do anything, it's going to change in a very catastrophic fashion. So it's clearly climate change. That is the biggest challenge of our generation.
So Constance is sounding a serious alarm, but there's hope on the horizon. At least that's what Vinod Khosla sees.
This is an amazing opportunity, to use a cliche, to do well by doing good, change the world for the better, and have the capitalist system really work, and apply the best of our technologists and scientists' ideas and breakthroughs. I find this area so exciting that one of the biggest and most pleasant surprises has been attracting people to this space. You call anybody, no matter what business they are in, say, would you like to work in clean tech? And the answer is almost invariably yes. I'd like to spend time doing good for the world and making money. People from the semiconductor business call me and say, semiconductors is old hat. I'd like to work in this new area. And by the way, when you use nanotechnology, I know something about process technology. One of our exciting new startups done with a researcher from the Harvard Medical School. But the startup is about producing new forms of liquid fuels to replace gasoline. Why would a researcher from the Harvard Medical School be working on energy? Another one of our startups was a researcher at University of California, Berkeley, designing malaria drugs much cheaper. And he's using the same technology to add energy to his malaria production startup or malaria drug production startup. Exciting and innovation coming all sorts of places one could never imagine that the Exxons of the world aren't even remotely thinking about. That's why we'll be successful and why they will fail. And they will come in late and participate, just like IBM did. And then some of them won't participate, and they will be like Digital Equipment Corporation and Control Data and Burroughs. Some of the old line firms will fail for adapting too slowly. Others will adapt or use their vast financial resources and participate in the system. The technologies are a function of what policies we put in place. Can new technologies be available in time to dramatically reduce oil consumption and coal, which together account for 70% of our carbon emissions? Absolutely. Within the next 3 years, it will not be a question on whether we have the technology. The question will be, what policies are we willing to institute in Washington to use these technologies to fight the special interests, which will fight this change? And that's a matter of politics and lobbyists and special interests and all kinds of other geopolitical forces. And so changing a system is always hard. Seldom happens from the top down. It almost always emerges from the bottom as a powerful distributed phenomena. I hope that works. For the sake of this planet, I hope this works.
I can only add to Koshla's words that if it does work, I'm pretty sure Silicon Valley will have a hand in it. There are hundreds of other areas in the world that have been attempting to replicate Silicon Valley, and I wish them luck. But so far, none have come close to success. A few hotspots have had marginal successes like Tel Aviv, Shanghai, and London, but none have reached the critical mass or synergy that the Valley has. Silicon Valley has become what it is because of its history, which includes many role models, an acceptance of risk and failure, venture capital, and the beehive effect. And though we haven't addressed it directly in this course, I would further suggest that much of the Valley's creativity and openness to new ideas comes from its immigrant population. As John Gage describes it,
you'll find 80 nations, 100 nations, Chinese, Indians, Japanese, people from every part of the world. The Brazilians trying to teach the Chinese how to samba. That's the core group, the intellectual conversation that generates the new products. And that's our strength. The culture of Silicon Valley is a culture of try. If you fail, it doesn't matter. Try again, you learn something. Well, after all, that's what a child growing up learns. So it's odd that the successful business cultures in the past seem to think it's a wonderful thing to always do the same thing. Well, in this world, that's not the truth. It's the world of the child that we're in today, where the new idea, the new insight creates something new, but time changes. The problems change. You move on to something else.
Silicon Valley is the birthplace of ideas and innovations that have changed our lives forever. Over the past 100 years, it has served as a technological and cultural incubator where a diverse group of scientists and visionaries have come together to create new products, new markets, and new ways of looking at the world. Its creative culture and absence of restrictive business traditions has allowed visionaries to take risks. Its reservoir of intellectual energy and its concentration of varied and talented people have generated a drive to do, to make, and to achieve. The region of Silicon Valley has expanded through the years. As demand for living and working space continues to grow, the geographical reach of Greater Silicon Valley is expanding northward to the Napa wine country, east towards Sacramento, and along the Pacific coast south to Monterey. The valley will continue to grow and to thrive for many years to come. If we can count on one thing, it's the resilience of the entrepreneurs who call Silicon Valley home, and their tireless spirit for creating the technologies that will shape tomorrow.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.